show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Bye. Have a great Friday, you motherfucker.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Welcome. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. If you are, say hi to Bill Squire. He's here.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is here, too. Poundcake is out. You'll be talking to me directly if you call today. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007 to call. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app. Theoretically. Leave messages there, too. You can text me 35192. Poundcake is helping his mother move today and then helping his boyfriend move tomorrow. Did I get that correct?
I think so.
Is that what he said? We're watching Gwen found the show. I'd never seen it before, but there's a show on Vice called One Star Reviews. Have you ever watched One Star Reviews on Vice? I think it's I don't know what the state of Vice is anymore because Vice Media went belly up, but they gave all of their execs, $1 million bonus packages like you do when you're in the C-suites and you're going into Chapter 11. But Vice, they'll just take some kid from the office and give him a camera crew and send him out there. And so this terribly, terribly awkward dude does this show. I guess it maybe premiered last month. But it's funny enough. It's called One Star Reviews, and this guy will go and he will search the most poorly reviewed establishments and then go visit them.
Okay.
To see if they deserve them or if the people online, because you can't base any place on what people are saying online, because a lot of times it's the business's competition that's bombing them with one-star reviews, or it's just customers are always pissing and moaning about something. So this guy will go and he'll do 2 establishments in one episode. So he'll go on a Long Island fishing boat, and then he'll go to a bathhouse in Brooklyn, and then he'll go to a gun range, and then he'll go bowling, And one of them was he hired movers, one-star movers, to move a friend of his from her apartment in Brooklyn to another apartment in Brooklyn. And it was just a bunch of Russian dudes. And towards the end of each episode, he will ask them if they want to talk about the one-star reviews that they've gotten and if they think that they are, if they should have gotten those one-star reviews, or what would they like to say to people. It's all a very awkward show because I don't know who this dude is. He can barely look at the camera and talk at the same time, whatever. But he hires these movers to move his friend, and they move her into the wrong apartment.
Hell yeah. Love that.
That's hilarious.
They got everything in there. Now, to their credit, her apartment looked exactly like the one that they moved all of her stuff into. But what if you've seen this episode, you know which one I'm talking about. I think it's the last episode of this first season. First half is he goes to get his teeth whitened. He goes to a one-star teeth whitening place, and then he gets these movers. And they get all the stuff in, and there's a guy sitting on the couch when they're moving all of her stuff in, named Pedro, and he's on his laptop doing some work, and he's like, hey, what's up? Well, the girl shows up last, and she goes, this isn't my apartment. She goes, mine is the garden apartment. It's 1 floor below. So it's not like they had to move her across town.
Right.
But I was left, no one asked who Pedro was. No one asked, why was this guy so chill when movers moved all of her things in? Because you go, oh, this must be her roommate, right? She's working for Vice in Brooklyn. She's not a millionaire. She's living in some place that's going to get flooded at some point. Pedro sitting on the couch, working on his laptop. Pedro was not. Normally he'd be like, "Hey, what's on
the couch?
What's going on here?"
That's a very common thing in New York is to have the guy on the couch.
The guy on the couch?
Yeah.
Right. But if you were moving into his apartment, he'd go, "Hey, you've got the wrong apartment." Nobody said anything until the girl shows up. She goes, "All my stuff." Well, these guys couldn't have been nicer. I mean, so I think the moral of a lot of these episodes is a lot of places don't deserve 1 star because, again, it's, businesses have to contend with this all the time.
There's another
other businesses review bombing them and,
Yeah, there's a podcast called Beach Too Sandy, Water Too Wet, where they find all the 1-star reviews and basically make fun of the people that are leaving them because the
complaints are ridiculous.
They are the most miserable people on the planet that are leaving these 1-star reviews, and it's just they're baseless and they're just angry, grumpy people most of the time.
It's like the old Todd Berry bit where the person reviews the hotel and says they didn't like it because the hand soap was too sweet.
Yeah,
it smelled too sweet. All right, well then don't stay there next time.
Don't eat it.
But the joy of the show is when he goes to a place that truly, truly deserves their 1 star.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. The 65-year-old dating coach, that was pretty good. I'm like, why did you get some old-ass lady to be a...
How do you even watch Vice? What is it even on? Is it on Max? Is it on...
We have Hulu Live.
It's on regular TV.
Is it?
We have DirecTV Stream or whatever.
Okay,
yeah, we have Hulu
that.
Live, which is basically like watching cable, so you just click around.
I got the DirecTV Stream through.
Yeah, it's on there.
But it's called 1-star reviews.
Buddy.
And it's a certain buddy?
Yeah.
You have a certain buddy.
I got, as the kids say, a plug.
DirecTV?
I see.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, just someone that lets me use their password.
Oh.
They're cracking down on that. Now when you click on
away.
Netflix, it asks you, "Hey, you want to bring somebody else into the fold?" And I'm like, "Nope. I don't have anybody sharing my password, and I'm not going to start now."
We just bought our own Hulu.
Huh?
I said we just bought our own Hulu.
You had been using someone's password.
Bill's.
Mine.
Oh, really?
We still use his HBO.
Why? It's like $8 a month.
Well, because we
No,
don't.
it's not. It's a lot.
All of them.
Hulu or HBO?
They're all expensive.
Well,
now.
no. If you get like Hulu Live with no ads, it's like $8
no
a month.
ads.
Yeah,
I don't want no ads.
And then you still get ads. I'm like, what the hell am I paying out the ass for? I mean, with everything I pay for, I might as well just go back to cable. Because initially they were like, "Oh, it's going to be great. You cut the cord, you save so much money." Except these streamers now are jacking the rates up, and I don't think
rates they're jacked. I should cancel a bunch of mine because I don't watch anything. I watch
it's my fault. I have everything.
Yeah, I have everything too. But all I ever watch is Detroiters, and I Think You Should Leave. Like those are the 2 things that I'm consistently watching.
See, Brian watches TV every single night. That TV is on every night, and he's bouncing around between apps. So I pay for...
He needs something to fall asleep to.
Yes. I pay for Amazon Prime, Hulu, and Shudder. And then we use his parents' DirecTV stream, which is where he watches all his HGTV.
You know, Shudder's part of AMC now. You get that whole package. You get like Discovery and Shudder.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
That.
AMC Plus.
So we use his parents' DirecTV stream and Netflix, and then we use his ex-wife's Disney Plus, and then Bill's HBO Max.
Oh. Wow.
But we pay for 3 of our own.
How do you keep them
Amazon,
straight?
Hulu, and Shudder.
How do you keep them straight? So if one of them gets logged out, like you got to restart something and log back in, you have to hit
I
that
just had
person
to
up.
give her
Yes.
my password like a week ago because
For
I
Max.
changed my password for Hulu, and she's like, "Oh, we got our own Hulu now," but she's like, "But if you got HBO,"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah."
It's all
Here it
bougie.
Well, 'cause
Get your own
I
Hulu.
don't care.
You know how cheap Brian is, so he's like, "I'm gonna spend $7 a month." I'm like, "Dude, you watch? If anybody gets what they like pay out of it, it would be him." I'm like, "You watch TV every single night."
But there's only so much television you can watch between when he gets home and when he probably has to go to bed.
Well, he falls asleep on the couch.
Right.
So after dinner, it's like 9 o'clock, and then we go into the back room and we watch TV, and he'll pass out by 9:15.
Oh, you're finally letting him in your back room, huh?
9:15.
Yeah, dude, he's asleep almost immediately. The only way he won't fall asleep is if he sits
Well, then
up.
he's not real. So then he's sitting in front of the television. He's not really watching television.
But I get yelled at if I turn the TV off. So if he falls asleep at 9:30 and I shut the TV off at 9:45, he'll wake up to pee at 10:30. It'll be 10:30 and he'll be like, "What are you doing? I was watching that." I'm like, "You've been asleep for an hour." no. And then he'll turn the TV back on, watch it for 5 minutes, and pass back out. So
But he has to know that he does fall asleep.
Yes, but I just stopped turning it off because
Right.
he is a really cranky dude when you wake
Well,
him
but
up.
also you can tell, and it might seem imperceptible, but like when you fall asleep, if any noise in the room changes, you'll wake up.
Mm-hmm.
But he
And if you're
doesn't-
turning the television off, he'll wake up.
He doesn't wake up when I turn the TV off. So let's
Oh, he'll
give it
wake
this
up and
timeline.
it's off.
He wakes up, he falls asleep on the couch at 9:30. I'll give it 15 minutes. I'll shut the TV off at 9:45. He doesn't do anything. At 10:30, he'll wake up and say, "What are you doing? I was watching that." He'll turn the TV back on and then pass back out at 10:32. And then I leave. I go to bed. I'm like,
Yeah,
you know
let
what?
the
Do whatever you
man
need to
pass
do."
out in front of the television.
So that's what he does. I'm like,
Yep.
whatever. And then he'll wake up at like 1:30 in the morning, shut everything down in the back room, and then come to bed.
And pad back into bed.
Except last night, I got home from my show at Hilarities. My sister and I were hanging out afterward for a little while, so I didn't get home till like 11:30. And he's asleep in the back room. I woke him up. I was like, hey, I just got home. Give him a kiss. I'm going and getting ready for bed. He's in the kitchen, standing upright, having a snack, having a glass of water. And it's midnight, and then everything's off in the back room. The TV's off, the lights are off, the candles are blown out, everything's off. He goes back into the dark back room and lays down on the couch. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, what? What's wrong? And I was like, why don't you come to bed? And he's like, dude, I'm going to turn on the TV, all right? And he because that's how he gets an attitude when he wakes up in the middle of the night. I was like, all right, then turn the TV on. And then he wakes up this morning on the couch. He goes, I fell asleep on the couch last night. I was like,
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I know you did, dummy.
It's like you're already married.
I'm done talking to him at night.
It's like you're already married. You got to tell him, hey, everything you need to say to me before dinner.
Yes,
Because
or during
after
dinner.
dinner, because after dinner, I'm leaving you alone.
You're a little pissy pants, and I don't like dealing with it.
Alan, that 1-star reviews was on YouTube for a while before Vice put it on. Okay, well that explains a little. Speaking of Vice, did you say that you got your nickname Bam Bam from Bam Bam Bigelow,
No.
the wrestler?
His
Where'd you get it
mom.
from? Flintstones?
My mom from from Flintstones.
Oh, okay. I was thinking Bam Bam Bigelow, the wrestler, or something. Because they have this Vice documentary called Dark Side of the Ring about pro wrestlers. Oh my God. I mean, it's the only promo they show. I'm like, what do they have? 3 shows over there and they're just hammering this one? Dark Side of the Ring with Mankind, Mick Foley, and Bam Bam Bigelow and all these dudes. I got to take a break here. Another $1,000 for you if you want to listen for those keywords because they're going to come at you fast and furious. Those hours go by pretty quickly. 2:30 is going to be the next chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Can you believe all the artists performing on this stage?
We're Fall Out Boy. We cannot wait to see you all.
I'm Lenny Kravitz.
We're TLC.
Public Enemy.
30 Seconds to Mars.
I'm Tim McGraw. This is Miguel.
iHeartRadio.
What's poppin'? It's Travis Scott.
Kelly Clarkson here. Cannot wait to see you all.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
What's poppin'? It's Lil Wayne.
Cheryl Crow.
Kane Brown.
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy your tickets for our iHeartRadio Music Festival now at AXS.com.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance knows that opening a small business is a great achievement. Thanks to all the owners for all they do to keep our communities vibrant and strong. Learn more about the Hartford Small Business Insurance and why over 1 million small business owners trust them. Visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness.
Yo, it's Dieter for TrueHold.com. You had a solid retirement dream. Sell your home in a few years, bank the equity, downsize, and travel. What a dream. But inflation and recession has you wondering if all your hard-earned equity will still be there. What if you can recession-proof your equity right now? You can with TrueHold. TrueHold will buy your home for its best current value before a recession can erode it. You get to bank all that cash now and live in your home for as long as you want. And TrueHold covers all property taxes, insurance, repairs, and maintenance. And since TrueHold pays your home's current value in cash now, it's yours to do whatever you like. You have to visit TrueHold.com and discover how much TrueHold will buy your home for today, based on its best current value, not what's coming down the road. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. It's a smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without having to move. That's TrueHold.
on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to join us. Send me a text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com or everything else. Who's assisting today back there in the video? Poundcake's out, so this guy's got his work cut out for him. Farwabi Dindabi. Okay. I guess Poundcake's got nothing to do with the video department. These people day to day are your assistants.
Exactly.
Poundcake's just
Farwabi Dindabi.
Farwabi Dindabi
did a great job with everything I needed to do before the show.
Okay. Well, there you go. And now, will you and Poundcake still be hosting Weekend Cox together?
No.
Because, okay, he's moving people all weekend.
He's moving people all weekend, so
Right.
I have enlisted a true professional to come in and help me co-host the Weekend Cox, Jeremiah from 96.5.
From Kiss FM.
Yep.
He goes, how did this go down? He goes, what is that?
I said,
and why me?
I said, wake up early on Saturday, which I know you want to do.
Yep.
And then afterwards, you can buy me brunch.
Oh, so it was somewhat transactional.
Yes.
Now, where will you have brunch, and will it be a dry brunch?
Not
will
a dry brunch.
Will the two of you?
Because I'm making him pay for it.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm giving him the pleasure of being on WMMS.
Mhm.
So that's worth him paying for my brunch.
Are you kidding, Alan? Those two stud muffins in any room, nobody's dry. That's the right amount of wet.
He's married.
You should do a show tonight somewhere, Mary.
I am actually at Hilarities
What?
doing 2 shows tonight.
Oh.
One at 7, one at 9:45. And if you can't come tonight, 2 more tomorrow, same times.
Well, then where's Ben Palmer? Isn't Ben Palmer coming in?
Yeah, he's going to be at Dunlop's.
What is that?
It's a bar and venue over there in...
A bar and venue?
Yeah,
is that what
like,
you said?
It's like a little rock venue that
Okay.
also they do comedy and rock shows. And
All right.
and
Boy, so it's an embarrassment of riches for
Yeah.
people who want to go out and see shows.
yes.
You could see Mary. You could see Ben. Ben does like his screen thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Where he's, okay, gotcha. He's Palmer Trolls.
Yeah.
He does funny stuff.
Yep.
And he's from here?
He's from here.
Yeah.
Known him for 15 years. Dude's hilarious. He blew up during the pandemic. One of those people that has been grinding a long time and then it just started to click during the pandemic when everybody was home all the time. And he's just so funny and so dry about it too. I love it. I was watching his special the other night, just laughing my ass off.
Oh, he's got a special?
Yeah, he's got a
Oh,
special he
okay.
posted on YouTube that's really great.
When's your thing? What's going on with your thing, Mary?
What?
Don't you have something coming out that you couldn't talk about, or you have?
Oh,
something?
no, I'm going to
don't
Vegas.
Huh?
Oh, that? No, I have a lot going on that I can't talk about. I have 2 things coming out before the end of the year. I actually don't know if I can't talk about them. They're already taped. They'll come out eventually.
Talk about them. What are they going to do? Not release them?
Maybe if I get in trouble for it, right?
They got screen
Well, I don't want you-
strikes
no.
to
No,
worry
I have
about.
2 things coming, 2 shorter.
If you don't know, then don't talk
Yeah,
about
I don't
it.
know.
I just was, yeah.
I have 2 shorter.
I'm not. I don't want you to get you screwed out any.
They're like not specials. They're like 2 10-minute things that I taped for different.
They're like showcase things.
Yeah, 2 different like showcases that I taped. Each are about 10 minutes long, and both of them should be coming out this fall. So, if you come to Hilarities this weekend, guess what? Those 2 tapings used up the last of my material, so we're getting all new stuff.
Hey,
It's really fun. I love the new stuff.
Well, the stuff you were doing on last night was very, very funny.
Yeah, that's like 10 minutes of like a 15 to 20 minute chunk that I have right now. So I have half of the new hour on its way. But yeah, it's an exciting time for comedy.
who's with you tonight?
Dave Flint is hosting.
Okay.
There is a very funny comedian from Canton, Ohio. She's making her Hilarities debut named Sam Archwell.
Okay.
She's doing a couple guest sets. It's her first time at the club. I'm very excited for that. And then feature act is a guy who you might actually know from Chicago. His name is Vince Carone. He's been doing comedy like 18 years.
I thought he was a corporate comic.
He's done it all.
Yeah,
So he
okay.
kind of does everything. But yeah, he's coming through to feature for the weekend. So
Okay.
It'll be a real good weekend. Very excited about it.
Well, very exciting.
Guess what I'm going to have?
Chicken.
No, not like that.
CDs?
Physical copies of Nothing Matters signed and numbered.
Oh, look at
You see
that.
those? Look at that. Look at that.
Now, how many have? Oh, because you can't send them out to people until Well, how's that work again? You can't send them out until.
Well, I've already sent out the first 100, so this is the second 150, but I
Okay.
think I only have like 75 left. So I'm going to have those this weekend.
Wait,
and
you
I-
have 150, but you only have 75 left?
I was selling them on the road like the last 2 weekends.
I see.
So they're, if you want one.
Signed and numbered.
Signed and numbered.
What number? So you're up to number 150.
Can I get one that's just numbered and not signed?
Can I get one? You just sign a number to it?
Well, you sign them in order,
Mm-hmm.
so that way you know what's what.
Then do you have to find the other person that's got the other one
What do you mean?
in front of you?
No, you don't have. I mean, if you want to, that's on you. Create a little community and everyone
Right.
line up like hands across
Like,
America.
what if somebody wants to be a real psycho and own all of them?
You can do that. You
You
can
just
buy
gotta buy
whatever's
'em off
left,
of the
or
people,
go find
yeah.
whoever else has them. Yeah. Yeah.
In other Cleveland news, there's a local actress. She has blown up, but she is from Cleveland. Her name is Isabella Merced. She used to go by Isabella Moner. That I remember M-O-N-E-R, Moner, something like that. She's from Westlake, or she's from, but she was Dora the Explorer in that live action movie, and she's done a bunch of other things.
She was in that movie with Mark Wahlberg, and
She was in a Transformers movie.
Yeah, she was Bumblebee. Was she in Bumblebee?
She was. Well, I don't know about that.
The-
I haven't seen any of
The
those
one where they
recent
adopt
ones.
people. I remember that was the one she was in with Mark Wahlberg.
She was the kid who gets kidnapped in that second Sicario movie with Emily Blunt. Anyway, she started acting after her family's house here was destroyed in a fire. I guess they figured, hey, you got some talent. Let's get out there and start tippy-tapping and see if we can do something. But she's been cast in the Superman reboot, which is pretty cool. It's called
Is she
Superman.
Superman?
She is not Superman. No. She's 22 now. I mean, she's been acting since she was a little kid. I mean, but that Dora movie was, and I obviously, I didn't really know Dora the Explorer that well, the cartoon. But the live action movie was way better than it needed to be. It was very entertaining. And then she did a movie with Jason Momoa for Netflix. So she's getting work. And she's part of the initial round of casting that they've announced for Superman Legacy, for the James Gunn rebooting of Superman. They cast their Superman.
They got Nathan Fillion, right?
He's in it too. They, traditionally they prefer to cast people that aren't that well known so they can pay them peanuts, which is why they got a Superman nobody's ever heard of before. It's some Irish actor, I think. But they cast her. They cast David Corenswet
Yes.
as Clark Kent. Rachel Brosnahan is Lois Lane. People know who she is because she's been doing that Fabulous Mrs. Maisel. For people
Fabulous
who
Mrs. Maisel?
What's it called?
Marvelous.
Marvelous Mrs. I don't watch it. Yeah.
They're going for the alliteration.
The alliteration. I see. It's not the Fabulous Mrs. Faisal?
No, it's not.
Oh, Frizzle Frazzle? And Nathan Fillion is going to play Guy Gardner, who was one of the Green Lanterns.
I thought Green
He's
Lantern.
not my Green Lantern. I grew up with Hal Jordan.
Yeah, Hal Jordan's the one that I know.
But Guy Gardner with that
And what,
dumb
Jon
bowl
Stewart,
cut.
right?
Jon Stewart was
Yeah.
one. I grew up with a Hal Jordan Green Lantern. I don't recall who Ryan Reynolds played.
I think he was Hal.
Was he Hal Jordan? Say what?
I didn't know Green Lantern and Superman interacted.
It's a DC universe. They are both DC
I don't care.
comics.
Call me stupid. This isn't.
I didn't call you stupid.
Bill
I
did.
did.
Oh,
This
he
isn't
I said you're so stupid.
like well-known
stupid.
knowledge that regular people know.
Regular people know this. Everyone knows this.
Regular comic book nerds.
Everyone knows
yeah,
this.
the
Everyone
breakdown. Now, here's the bit of casting that I really like is Anthony Carrigan. If you watched Barry, he was NoHo Hank. He got cast as Metamorpho. Do you remember Metamorpho? The guy, no, it's perfect casting because Anthony Carrigan has alopecia or something, so he has no hair on him. Like he doesn't have eyebrows, he's bald. And Metamorpho is just a bald guy who can change into anything. So I guess he's going to be the bad guy So that's great casting just from how somebody looks like.
It just saves them time. 'Cause
Yes.
You're like, oh, we don't got to do anything. He's already bald.
But Isabella Merced from Cleveland, Ohio, she's going to be Hawk Girl. And so they were racing to get all these negotiations in place in case the SAG-AFTRA strike happened, which, of course, it did. Everybody's been blowing me up, asking me if I have to not come to work. And that's not the case.
Because this is not a movie.
Well, when you strike, you don't strike against an entire industry. You strike against a company. And they're striking against the AMPTP. So the strike is against the motion picture and television producers. But there's a big, long list of things that people can't do. And my first thought was all these celebrity podcasts, which they can't do now. So during the course of this strike, because a couple of weeks ago, I went to our management. I said, I need to know what the protocol is, because this is not a union station, but I am in the union. And I never heard anything back about it. But this is primarily the reason that the actors are striking is because they're striking against motion picture and TV producers. So there's a television and theatrical contract that they're looking for. So for my purposes, it doesn't affect me.
My uncle texted me today and was like, yo, Alan's in SAG. Are you guys going on strike? So I'm glad you're covering this.
It would be the Bill, Mary, and Poundcake show.
Yes. Let us tank the show for a week. Come on.
Oh, it's going to be longer than a week. This strike's going to go on for a minute.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, so, because I was watching the cast of Oppenheimer at the premiere, and they all left after the initial announcements to show their solidarity. And I'm like, this has got to be like manna from heaven for established millionaire actors, because they go, I don't have to do press. This is going to be the summer of George. This is going to be fantastic. They hate doing all that press they have to do. Global press, where you're getting asked the same questions for a movie like Oppenheimer, something at that scale. So Christopher Nolan, they did the premiere in London, and he's telling everybody, hey, thank you so much for coming. We're not sticking around. We're all leaving in solidarity with SAG-AFTRA striking.
I have to acknowledge the work of our incredible cast, led by Cillian Murphy, Robert Downey Jr., Matt Damon, Emily Blunt, Florence Pugh, so many more. We have to acknowledge, you've seen them here earlier on the red carpet. Unfortunately, they're off writing their signs to join the picket lines for what we believe to be an impending SAG strike. They'll be going out along with one of my guilds, the Writers Guild, who's been on strike for a couple of months, fighting for fair pay for working actors.
Oh, so I'm sorry we can't stay. We have to get in our private jets and split. So that's got to be great. If you're at that level, if you're a Matt Damon, if you're an Emily Blunt, and you're going to be out there doing nonstop press for this movie, and they go, there's a strike. Oh. Now, Fran Drescher is our president, and it's weird to hear her talk in her regular voice. She's out there screaming and yelling about, But yeah, there's a big, long list of things that people can't do.
So, like, what
podcast is one of them?
Yeah, like, is Joe Rogan able to do his podcast? He's got to be in SAG,
He's got to be in SAG-AFTRA. I would think so. During the strike, members cannot do the following: tours, personal appearances, interviews, conventions, fan expos, festivals, for your consideration events, panels, premieres and screenings, award shows, junkets of any kind, podcast appearances. They can't even do social media or studio showcases.
So they can't post on their own Instagram?
Guess not.
Well, the way I understood that part, because I saw somebody explaining it on...
not in a promotional capacity.
Not in a promotional.
They could put a picture of them on the beach.
Yeah, here's me and my kid.
Yeah, right.
That's right. But if you're all these podcasts that they're pushing are ones with celebrities.
Oh, now's our time, Bill.
I know, right?
They can't listen
Hey,
to
the Bill Squire show is ready to go.
I'll start one.
Yeah.
Well, that's really not good, though, huh? That doesn't look... I mean, I'm not in SAG, but does that look bad when people are trying to swoop in and capitalize?
You want to be a scab? Just make that the name of your podcast.
Mary Santora's Scab? I don't know if that... You might want to workshop that one for a
Scabbing
minute.
over with Mary Santora.
Yeah. But like anything that was in production, Deadpool 3.
Yep.
Gone dark. Because they can't do anything.
And you said this is going to be a long time? Months? Years?
Well, they usually, not years. I mean, the writer's strike 15 years ago went for 4 months. But that was all pre-streaming. Everything that's jamming this up is the streaming situation. Because, like Bob Iger, for instance. Bob Iger is the guy who was running Disney. And then he said, I want to retire. And so he retired. And they got another guy in there who just jammed up the works. So Bob Iger goes, well, I'll come back and run Disney. And they sign him to like a 2-year, $54 million contract or something. And now he's out there going, well, it's just really unrealistic what they want. Because the guys at the top never lose money. So, of course, I think it's realistic. Rich people in charge always overestimate their own abilities, by the way. Always. Because they're not the creative people. Not artistically, I mean, they're always getting creative with the ledgers. But a guy like Bob Iger, who's a relatively well-liked guy and very good at what he does, but streaming has thrown everything into such disarray that it was inevitable this was all going to happen. That the writers and the directors, they figured out a deal with the DGA, but that the writers and the actors, that the whole thing was going to grind to a halt.
I think it's just, as far as podcasts go, I think they can still do their podcast as long as it's not a promotional appearance.
But their own podcast is promotional in nature, isn't it?
I don't know. I can't find any details on it.
Like,
there's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic. And they are adding to a set of challenges that this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive.
So they're not being
and
realistic?
dangerous. No, they're not.
Yeah. No, they're not. I mean, But it's the streaming that has created this problem. Because it's, people used to live on their residuals, writers and directors. That's completely gone. It's decimated people's residuals. So, and LA is a company town. It's an extraordinarily expensive city to live in. So it's just, I don't know. I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I'm sure they really wanted to avoid the writers and actors striking.
Because then what?
That's the point.
Nothing.
Well, because before that, there was that anonymous industry source that was like, yeah, we're just going to wait till the writers start losing their houses and their apartments, and then we'll go back to the table. But if nobody is working,
well, okay, here's my
then
question.
everything, then the entire town, and that sucks because it doesn't just affect actors and writers; it affects thousands and
Camera
thousands of
ops
people,
and
everybody.
So here's my question, though: there are actors who are not in SAG, right?
No, I mean, there are non-union actors, yes.
So
but
are
I mean,
those people just going to swoop up all the jobs, or are they just going to halt everything?
well, the production will come to a halt. I don't think anybody wants to be engaged in producing non-union content. Now, again, like I said, rich people at the top of these studios always overestimate their abilities, and it's going to get to the point where they're going to go, oh, we're kind of idiots because Christopher Nolan could just take his phone out there and make a movie and get people to do it. I mean, the financing obviously comes from studios. That's where the money is. And so they've got that on their side.
But I mean, and I know it might not come to this, but if Christopher Nolan were to say, hey guys, 4 months from now, we can't come to an agreement. I'm going to make a short film with A, B, and C actors. Here's a Kickstarter for it.
I don't think he would because they're all union. Yeah. So he'd be crossing the picket line.
I'm saying he would make them with like Matt Damon and George Clooney. He would use A-list SAG people, but he would do it himself if the studios don't come around. I don't think
you can do that.
Yeah,
because that would be crossing the picket line.
How is that crossing the picket line if you are doing it with the SAG actors just against the studio?
Because if you are in the union, you're expected to strike.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
They're expected not to work at all.
That's right.
Okay.
That's why the other story that was flipping everybody out was the studio saying that they wanted, and this is what SAG-AFTRA and the writer, what they're striking against, is they're like, there needs to be a plan for AI. Because the AMPTP was like, oh, we just want to scan people into movies and we'll pay them like $500, but then we can use their likeness in perpetuity. And so these actors are like, what are you, insane?
Nope.
There's no way anybody we know why you guys want to do that. Because every company wants to pay their creators as little as they possibly can so they can continue to pay Bob Iger $54 million. But he's not creating anything.
Okay, I did a little bit of research, and I found that they can do podcasts. They just can't promote TV and film work. So if you're like...
Talking about Parenthood or something?
I guess if they're bored, yeah, you go.
Well, but I'm saying, like, you know, the one that you listen to with the Smartless.
Mm-hmm.
They can still do that podcast. They just can't promote any TV
Well, they
shows
own
or-
their... Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's pretty wild, though. But no, I'm not going to be out here on the street. As part of me would love to walk back and forth on the sidewalk here.
By yourself.
The one guy, because I'm probably the only union person in this at iHeart Cleveland. And just walk back and forth with a sign. I don't know what I'd write on it, but, you know. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you'll get your pictures, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. With a gleam in his eye, a grin on his beak, and a glorious golden mullet blowing in the wind, the Buzzard rides. Win the Buzzard's Bike, a 2022 custom Harley-Davidson fit for the Buzzard himself can be yours. Listen to Rover's Morning Glory between 7:30 and 8 for your first chance to win a key. And to find out when Stansberry and the Alan Cox Show will hook you up later that day. You can also stop up today from 5 to 7 at Rookies on Pearl Road in Parma to get a key that just might start the Buzzard's Bike. From Budweiser and 100.7 WMMS.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by NOPEC.
The first place Guardians getting set to hit the road to start the second half of the season. They'll do that with the first of 3 against the Rangers tonight. Browns reportedly placed center Dawson Deaton on the injured reserve list yesterday with a knee issue. Deaton suffered a torn ACL in his rookie season. And the CW Network has agreed with the ACC to broadcast 50 football and basketball games after Raycom Sports sold their rights to the CW. I'm Scott Davidson.
Electric bills suddenly skyrocketing? NOPEC offers competitive rates and long-term stability that you can opt into at any time. It's easy to enroll. Go to nopec.org/opt-in to learn more. That's nopec.org/opt-in.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey guys, it's Mary. Did you know that Chipotle makes their guac fresh in-store every day by using just 6 fresh, real ingredients? That's right, no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives ever. Each batch of Chipotle's incredible guac starts with hand-picked, hand-scooped, hand-mashed avocados that are then mixed with salt, lime juice, red onion, jalapenos, and cilantro to give it the perfect amount of kick and freshness you're craving. Are you drooling yet? Well, go grab some today by stopping into your local Chipotle or ordering in the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
It pays to listen. Open your free iHeartRadio app and listen to this station to be entered to win $5,000. Each day you come back to listen on the iHeartRadio app is another entry. The more you listen, the more chances you have to win. Download the free iHeartRadio app for access to winning like never before.
Factory incentive to dealer plus tax, tag, title, registration, and $250 doc fee. Trade assistance with 2009 or newer trade-in. Expires 7/31/23.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer from Ron Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe. Our family started this dealership in 1919. That's over 100 years ago, and we still follow the same philosophy today of taking care of our customers with a great no-hassle experience. What does that mean to you? It means you get great deals at Ron Marhofer Chevy. While they last, new Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs up to $7,000 off MSRP, plus payment plans to fit any budget. That's right, over 100 new Chevys are on the lot as we speak, and up to $7,000 off MSRP. Plus, we're offering $1,500 trade-in assistance when you buy a new Silverado. So if you're looking for a deal on a new Chevy, come see me, Chris Marhofer, or find new roads at ronmarhoferchevy.com.
Attention home buyers, Chase has a great offer for you. If you're a Chase banking customer, we'll carefully review your active mortgage offer. If we can't match it or do better, you'll receive $200 if you qualify. Compare your mortgage options today. Visit chase.com/mortgage offer for more information.
Eligibility rules apply for $200 offer, valid for select Chase personal deposit clients until 9/30/23. Application required. Rates, program terms, and conditions are subject to change without notice. Home lending products provided by JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself, or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
As a parent, all you really want is peace of mind. So if something was disturbing the peace in theirs, trust the hands that specialize in neurological care. Hands like ours at Cleveland Clinic Children's, Northeast Ohio's nationally ranked and locally trusted children's hospital. So when their health needs a helping hand, put their care in hands you trust. Learn more at clevelandclinicchildrens.org/hands.
As the weather warms, Ohioans are finding more ticks. Avoiding tall grass and wearing light-colored long pants and long-sleeved shirts are just a few things you can do to protect yourself. After being outdoors, be sure to check for ticks, and if you find any, remove them. And watch for any symptoms if you find any bites. For a full list of ways to prevent tick bites, visit ohio.gov/ticks.
You can't put a price on better vision, but if you could, how about $4.50?
Order up!
I'm serious. For the price of a latte a day, you could get LASIK at the LASIK Vision Institute. The LASIK Vision Institute has performed over 1.3 million LASIK procedures, and we always have great deals to make LASIK affordable for everyone. LASIK only takes minutes, with most patients returning to normal activities the next day. So if you want to see better, a latte better, schedule your free consultation at the LASIK Vision Institute.
The LASIK Vision Institute is offering $1,000 off their
A little Megadeth for you. The Buzzard, baby. They're doing Incarceration this weekend. Before I think this is like their last U.S. date before they hit Europe, and then they'll come back in the fall. But Megadeth is playing tomorrow night. Pantera's your headliner. And we're doing all Incarceration bands on 2 hours to midnight this week. So we'll hit all your headliners, we'll hit some of the A-listers, and then we'll dig in quite a bit to the bands that you might be less familiar with, but are just as exciting live. So tomorrow night, 10 to midnight, it's our weekly metal show, when Guardians games permit. With me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, 2 hours to midnight tomorrow night, all Incarceration bands. So we'll have Pantera, and we'll have, in this moment, throw some Limp Bizkit in there. Local music from somebody. What's the local band? Dark Secret. Going to play for you tomorrow night. But otherwise, it should be a good time. If you're not going to Incarceration, you can live vicariously through 2 hours to midnight. Guardians are back on the field as well tonight. That's an 8:05 start against the Rangers in Texas. They're a pretty good team right now. The Texas Rangers.
Yeah. I think
they're doing okay.
I think they're leading their division.
First in the West. Yeah. That's right. 52 games. Guardians.
Also leading their division, but at 45 and 45.
Yeah, they really are. What a great division to be in, the AL Central. It's just a bunch of perennial losers. Well, I mean, Twins and Guardians, but I mean, my White Sox, my wife's Tigers, the Royals are just scraping the bottom of the barrel. That George Brett can't get anything going for them. It's a friggin' embarrassment right now. Anyway, Guardians Rangers tonight, 8:05 on the Buzzard. So there's a guy who is accused, his neighbor's calling him a cat pervert. This guy started filming his neighbor. This is in San Diego. And the neighbor, by the time you see any video of neighbors arguing, it's usually, the backstory is usually that this isn't the first altercation. It usually happens in pretty quick succession, and somebody decides to start filming because they go, oh, this is going to cross over into get law enforcement involved. I'm going to need some kind of evidence. So there's a guy whose cat keeps going into the neighbor's yard. And the guy comes out and is yelling at him, thinking that it's his fault. It's the neighbor's fault that his cat is constantly in the yard. And the younger dude just can't make heads or tails of it. Why the guy is accusing him of, drawing his cat into his yard? I don't know. Listen, the long and the short of it is, this is the psychosis of cat people. Mary will tell you this.
Here we go. Come on.
That toxoplasmosis, or whatever cats get, that can transfer to humans, theoretically.
Yep.
This is the kind of craziness that can befall you. This is for your own good.
I know you are. Come on.
Your own good.
Let it out.
I mean, listen to this.
You're upset because we made friends with your cat, sir?
You're keeping it in your
No,
yard.
I'm not.
It's our cat.
I'm not even in my yard right now. What am I doing? The gate's open.
You're unreasonable people. You're holding our cat.
How? I'm not even in there. I want you to explain how.
Go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She will not listen. She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Why aren't you telling my cat to come home?
So
Mercury
he's
the
accusing
cat.
him of kidnapping? Catnapping?
Witchcraft, something. Yeah, I don't know.
The cat seems to like this guy that's nice more than the guy that's mean.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yard anymore.
She
they
will
want
not listen. She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Oh, really? This doesn't mean go home?
No.
Huh?
Hand signals don't mean anything. It's a cat, dude.
Really? Okay. Cat pervert.
I've done nothing to bring this dude. He's lost it. He's lost it.
You know what? There's a crime about you harboring my cat.
What crime is that?
It's against the law.
What crime is that?
It's called harboring an animal.
I can understand being angry if my cat was in your yard. You're angry because your cat is in my yard.
You could just send my cat home.
No, I can't. I don't speak cat, dude.
I speak cat, dude.
I speak cat, dude.
You don't.
Harboring an animal.
Is that real?
Yeah.
There's like harboring a criminal.
Well, that's
You're not
the
supposed to
same
do
thing,
that.
especially if the animal has committed a crime.
Oh, no.
If it's a criminal animal,
Criminal.
yeah, that can be tough too. The act of keeping and caring for an animal or providing a premise to which the animal returns for food, shelter, or care for a period of 10 days.
And this is illegal.
I guess.
Only if it's a pet, or is this also illegal with wild animals? Because I've been feeding the raccoons in our yard.
Yeah, again, I don't know why people do this. I don't know why people have food out there to draw wild animals, because they'll never go away.
They're already in our yard. They're there every day.
Right, but why feed them?
Because they looked hungry.
But they're
little babies. They're tiny little babies.
and then they're going to get to be big. How did you draw so many raccoons in the first place? I mean,
There's only 2.
Oh.
It's not like I got
What
40
drew them?
raccoons out there.
Well, I don't know. Were they in the garbage or what happened?
No, they are. So I think they live in the sewer across the street from our house. We were sitting out there maybe a week or two ago. Brian's cutting the lawn. I'm reading a book out on the porch. And these 2 little raccoons walked like almost straight up to the porch. And I was like, what the heck? And I was looking at them and they were climbing up in our trees. And then they've been in our yard for a while. So I was like, Brian, can I feed these raccoons? And he's like, please don't become one of these people. He's like, I don't need you having wildlife hanging out, being
That's
a squirrel
exactly
and
what
raccoon
I'm saying.
lady. But they haven't, like, they were
I mean,
already there.
Yeah,
and
but
then I fed
raccoons,
them.
raccoons like carry disease, and
They're not eating out of my hand. I left out a little bit of cat food. They ate it all. I only fed them once.
Right, but they're scavengers. They'll find food elsewhere. Why would you draw them to your place?
I'm not drawing them to my place. It's like this cat. They're already in the yard. They've
But
been in the yard for weeks.
Right, but what I'm saying is this will just it'll make it a certainty that they'll hang around rather than moving up. Why are they there in the first place?
I don't know. But
Oh.
they've been in our yard for a long time. And I'm like, these things are cute, man. I'm going to feed them. And I gave them.
That's how they get you.
Well, I fed them one time. And they are so cute. Baby raccoons, dude. They're friggin' adorable. I don't think they're diseased yet when they're that little. They're so cute. And so I gave them a little bit of cat food. But it's not like they're coming up begging or anything like that. But they're already in the yard. So I'm like, whatever, I'll feed them.
Yeah, but again, this goes back to when we were talking about throwing apple cores out the window, you know? And I kind of came around on that a little bit. The more people who hit me up and they were like, hey, apples fall from trees. It's organic, blah, blah, blah. I thought of it in terms of you driving your car and throwing garbage out the window, right?
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, okay, that's a fair point to be. But there are like normal migration patterns that wild animals have.
Sure.
And if you start like actively feeding them,
They're already there.
no, I understand, but now they're not gonna. They would have eventually moved on. Were they probably just guarding baby raccoons?
They are baby raccoons. They're the little ones.
Where's the big one?
No idea. Haven't seen it. I've seen these 2 baby raccoons for like the last couple weeks.
Because all I'm saying is it might start with raccoons, but if other animals, because animals talk,
Yeah,
we know this.
obviously.
If word gets out that your house is where the food is,
But it's only been there once, is what I'm saying.
Mm.
So if I continue to do it, is that a felony? Am I going to be
no, I don't think it's a
Arrested.
felony.
You're gonna, it's
arrested
death
for
penalty.
harboring raccoons?
I'm just saying that raccoons, even more so that I think than some other wild animals, you know, they have those tiny hands that can really get them into places, though. That's why you find them in your trash bins, in your dumpsters. You know, people who have chicken coops, they always have to be on the lookout for raccoons
Yeah,
because they're always getting in somewhere.
they're cute as hell, man.
And you're just inviting them in.
Yeah, I'll
right
open
in
the
there.
door. I don't care.
Man. Hey, guys, why don't you come on in? I got some food for you.
Come on. They make a cool noise too. I can't.
Try.
No.
Come on, Poundcake.
It's almost like a coo.
A coo?
Yeah, it almost
Like a
sounds
pigeon?
kind of. Like a. No.
That's not a raccoon?
No, look up
Oh,
a raccoon noise.
Oh.
It's like a.
Is that a
that's
raccoon?
A lion.
Oh. Hold on. Let me go.
Monkey.
A monkey.
What?
That's an
Hippo?
alligator.
Oh.
No, I got a hippo. So it's not that.
No.
I thought I had raccoon. That's pig.
Monkey. That sounds kind of like it.
That's a chipmunk.
Goat.
It's an elk.
Oh.
Okay, well, I don't know if I don't have a raccoon noise.
Well,
I mean, I used to.
I guess I'll have
Let
to
me
stop.
see. Raccoon sounds like twirling cotton candy, somebody says. Raccoon noises.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
It's like between a coo and a purr.
But aren't they also nocturnal? How are you seeing them in the daytime?
That was the thing. They come out at like dusk, so it's like still a little bit daylight at like 8 o'clock. So it's not full. It's not noon, but it's not midnight. You know what I mean?
Right. Because the
That's when
days
these
are
two-
longer?
Yeah, that's when these two little mans come on. Or they could be girls. I honestly haven't inspected, but
Okay. Well, the freaks and the raccoons come out at night.
That's what they say.
And at Mary's house at Casa Bailey Santora.
I sent you some raccoons.
an open invitation.
You sent who some raccoons?
I sent you some raccoon sounds.
Oh, yeah.
Brian said when he lived in Chesterland, his neighbors were squirrel people, and they would feed the
You're
squirrels.
not
and they,
supposed to feed them either.
Well, I looked it up online. I said, "Can you feed wild raccoons?" And it was like, "Yeah, feed them cat food." And I was like, "I got
no,
cat
you
food."
can feed them physically. You're not supposed to feed them.
Well, anyway, Brian was saying how his neighbors had squirrels, but they had like a ton of squirrels that like lived on their roof. They'd feed them, and there would just be squirrels everywhere.
Well, here's what happens when you end up feeding raccoons.
What's a raccoon? What's a raccoon? It's what you are, stupid.
Ain't no thing like me except me.
Let's make something clear. This one here's our booty. You want to get to him, you go through us. Or, more accurately, we go through you.
I always
That's gonna
forget
be
that
you.
that's-
You're gonna have raccoons going through you to get booty.
Get booty?
Booty. I always forget that that's Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
Anytime I see him like on the red carpet for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I go, Bradley Cooper? And I forget he's the, as Gwen puts it, the talking dog.
Rocket.
I was going to watch that over this past weekend.
It's a tearjerker, man.
Yeah, but I thought that you could rent it now. They still want you to buy it. I'm like, I ain't going to buy it for
Oh, yeah,
$12,
wait, yeah.
$19.99 or whatever. I thought it was
It'll be on Disney Plus in like another.
Yeah, I thought it was
weeks.
already there.
Yeah.
And then I went in and I was like, well, I ain't doing that.
Blake tried to get us to buy the Super Mario Brothers movie. She said, I think she saw it once with us in the theaters and once with her mom. And then she came home like the following weekend and it was on there for $25. And I was like, dude, you can wait. You've already seen it twice.
Well, because
Relax.
okay, so Bill's sister is in town.
Which I found out after
Right now?
from my ex-wife.
Well, yeah, because she
I didn't know she was in town.
Because your niece stayed over last night. Because she and Nora are besties.
Yeah.
And so I'm clicking around. They're downstairs and Gwen and I are upstairs. And I'm clicking around trying to find this movie they want to watch. And I'm like, what about this? What about this? And we finally found it. But it's like all these other movies, they want you to buy them now. This is what's going on with streaming too. Is it used to be, hey, you can rent this for whatever. And then you got to watch it in 48 hours or whatever. Now they want you to buy them. Which, by the way, it still doesn't mean that you own it. You know, like when you used to have iPods,
Yeah.
they used to have to tell you, they go, hey,
We can take this away when we want.
anytime we want. This is still our property. You bought it, but you don't own it. So there's all these weird kind of permutations of this. Your sister didn't tell you she was coming to town?
Nobody tells me anything. Nobody tells me anything. Like I mean, it's not like she was.
You're not
keeping
on
it
the
from me.
you're not on the family text chain
I mean,
or whatever.
they got a big group chat, but I wasn't privy to this. But in her defense, someone may have told me, and I just didn't pay attention.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not the best at communicating. It's what people keep telling me.
Well, yeah, because your ex and your sister and the
I know.
girls, they all went to the alpaca farm yesterday.
Yeah. And here's the thing too: if we ever have a falling out, you get my family because of how close Nora and Eliza are.
They play Minecraft with each other every night.
Mm-hmm.
Every night. I was like, you have to be so excited that Eliza's finally going to be here in person. And they were. They couldn't have been happier.
That's cute.
Alan, raccoon feces carry a roundworm that can kill humans.
Oh, stop eating it then.
Rehab places aren't even allowed to keep them.
People are stupid. What do you think I'm going to do? You think I'm out there eating the raccoon poop?
Not
playing with
eating.
it,
We just want you to be careful.
smudging
that's
it
all.
on my face?
Just
Good
want you
mustache.
to be careful is all.
No.
On these raccoons.
That's a fake laugh.
It's real.
Listen, I do a lot of things Brian doesn't like, okay? So I do them,
Yeah.
and then he tells me not to, and then I quit. So
They
I fed
carry
the
ra-
raccoons once.
They carry rabies, and they will break into the house and steal Duchess's food. That's your cat?
Yes. Okay, how are they going to break into my...
Because they have those tiny hands that can pick the locks. Yes.
Okay.
And they're already wearing masks.
Right, that's true. They're
And they
ready
can-
to burglarize.
That's right. They're wearing their, what do they call them? Their tyranny muzzles.
Little robbers.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I was in such danger of feces intoxication or whatever.
Yeah, they're gonna break in your house and poop right in your mouth, and then boom,
Oh,
you're dead.
God.
You don't want that.
You're dead.
They say you swallow, 7 spiders a year? How much raccoon
That's
poop do
a
you swallow a
urban
year?
myth. That's not true. Nobody's swallowing
I'm up
spiders.
to 25 myself.
He's working on it. All right, well, we just want you to be safe and careful.
That rectum has feces in there.
Right. Thank you, late Sue Johansson there. It doesn't really apply to this conversation, but
Is that the sex lady?
the late sex lady, yes.
She was old, man.
She was.
This is called the vibrating turbo suction tongue.
Yeah. Yeah, she passed away at the age of 94 last week, and we did a little memorial to her.
Vaginal farts are wonderful things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Amen. sister.
Hilarious.
Alan, I had raccoons as pets. They were awesome. You have to keep cleaning up after them. Again, I don't know what you hill rods are doing out there.
Having
but
raccoon
stop
pets.
having raccoons as
We
pets.
do whatever we want, dude. We're not hurting anybody. Why can't they have a raccoon pet?
Make everybody in the house sick,
Nobody's sick.
potentially. They don't know that.
Dogs carry diseases, and so do cats. and
Yeah,
so
if
do
you let your
fish,
dog like
and
lick
so
your
do
face and put your tongue in
birds.
your mouth. Yeah, but
all
not like.
animals are diseased.
But they're not all the same.
And
No,
many
not all
people.
animals
Yeah, I
are.
was gonna say half these people's partners are dirtier than a
Well,
raccoon.
okay, fine, but then you're proving my point for me. But what I'm saying is, people get like, I have to take my dog in tomorrow morning to get her next round of shots, right? Nobody's giving their raccoon shots. They're like, oh, there's one in my yard. I'll just put it in a cage. Raccoons are everywhere, whether you feed them or not. Right, but they're going to stick around if you feed them.
They're there anyway. They were in my yard for weeks before I fed them.
I have deer constantly walking through my yard, but I don't leave food out for them because I
Maybe you
don't want
should.
them hanging around.
They're already hanging around.
They're not hanging around. They're passing through.
You might as well feed
I'm
them.
on. You might as well feed them.
You're only eating a quarter of the bagel. Give them the other 3 quarters.
I
Share
love
the wealth,
I love
brother.
these the people walking around downtown Cleveland who just as soon piss on a homeless person as help them out, but they're feeding animals that
Yeah.
are just walking through their yard.
Uh-huh.
Just feral animals. Oh,
I'm
so cute.
almost
I guess
positive.
I guess
In
it's
their
homeless.
defense, it's way harder to piss on an animal.
They're fast and they scurry.
Hey, cuting yourself up, homeless people. That's how you're going to get people to. You're not cute enough.
I give homeless people food all the time. I don't give homeless people money. I don't give
They're gonna-
raccoons money.
They're gonna break in here and then they're gonna make
They're
you
going
eat
to
their
take you.
poop.
Yeah. As long as you're not giving the raccoons money.
That would be silly, Alan.
I'm just asking. Okay. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
absolutely free can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Little Steely Dan Motley Crue mashup from the great DJ Cummerbund. Steely Dan is on that Eagles farewell tour, The Long Goodbye. Those tickets went on sale this morning for the show at the Romo Fijo. They've set October 17th as the last Cleveland stop for the Eagles. And I will have that last pair of tickets for you in about 1 hour. So if you've struck out thus far, you got a chance to win with me, and then otherwise you'll have to go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com to get the details on the show. I will have another $1,000 for you in a few minutes here. About 7 minutes is going to be the next keyword for you to grab a grand courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. I will have the last Buzzard bike key for you to win at 4:40. And then that'll be it for winning those Buzzard bike keys on the air. Your last-ditch effort is going to be with Charlie. He's going to be posted up at Rookie's Sports Bar in Parma today from 5 to 7, and he will have a lot of those bike keys for you. Did you guys ever do? I did a stand-up gig at Rookie's 100 years ago. You ever do Rookie's in Parma?
I've never even heard of it.
It's right where, like, Ridge and Pearl intersect. There's a Mr. Chicken there. Used to be a Walgreens.
I know that spot. I just don't.
Yeah.
I've never done Rookies.
Well, that's where Charlie is going to be.
Okay.
So 5 to 7, he'll be doing that very last Buzzard bike key drop. But I will have one for you to win at 4:40 here. Poundcake is out, so I will be finding a winner for that. Wow. And then those Eagles Steely Dan tickets a little bit before that.
I like that Steely Dan song. Bye.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Yeah, that's one of their most popular songs. It's one of my least favorite songs of theirs.
It sounds kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? It's not bluesy. It's like it's got more rhythm, I feel like. More
groove
soul, more
to
groove.
it. Yeah. Well, that's definitely what they prided themselves on.
I like it.
If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, if you consume this content from outside the Buckeye State, tell me where you do it. Rodney listens in Garland, Texas. Colleen is in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Nick is in San Francisco. Adam listens in Greeley, Colorado. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in Pittsburgh. Noah's there. Rob's there. Zach's there. Rebecca is there. I was checking in. You Pittsburgh listeners will know who Albie Oxenreiter is. He's an old friend of mine. He's been a premier sportscaster there in Pittsburgh for 40 years. He's over there at Channel 11. I was texting with him this morning, checking in on him. He had open heart surgery.
Sheesh.
And this is exactly, I was talking to him. I said, my father-in-law this is happening to him. He just had his second open heart surgery on Monday morning. And it's a big, big deal because a billion things can go wrong, right? My buddy Albie had to have it because he had a blood infection that traveled to his heart. And so that's a pretty heavy-duty recovery. My father-in-law had heart surgery a couple of years ago to clear out some lines and to replace something. And they go, now you should be good for whatever. And I guess one of the things, like, didn't take. So they had to open him back up, figuring you're going to only go through it once. And so he's convalescing too. But it's been a rough year for Pittsburgh sportscasters. Our buddy Stan Savran died not long ago, and Albie is recovering from heart surgery. But a couple of very good dudes there. I was reading about how Pittsburgh is one of the cities, and I'm far too humble to take any amount of credit for this, but I think we might have had the most infinitesimal part of the influence here, because it was mere weeks ago that we had people here at our window because we were giving away tickets to see Taylor Swift. It was Father's Day weekend, the Friday before, and we had dads come to the window. Bill, you might remember this.
Yes, I do remember it. It was like it was a month ago.
We had dads come to the window. Was Mary here?
I was here.
You were here, okay.
Mm-hmm. Nora was here.
Yeah, my daughter was the judge, yeah. And we sent a guy, and his stepdaughters wanted Taylor Swift tickets. She wasn't coming to Cleveland, so we sent them to Pittsburgh, to Acrisure Stadium. And they're saying that Pittsburgh is one of the cities that benefited economically the most from Taylor Swift coming to town. That the mere fact of a Taylor Swift date in your city provides that city with a big economic boost. Because people come from all over. I mean, we were getting messages when we first announced that contest, because we're only doing one pair. Ended up last minute, we had 2 pair. So we were able to send the runner-up too. But the Taylor Swift Eras Tour is such a big deal. And people travel from all over the place because if she's not coming to your town, you got to go where she is. And no less than the Federal Reserve remarked that her tour has given cities where it stops a major economic boost because of the influx of fans. And Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, in particular, were 2 cities that benefited greatly because people flood into town. They're taking hotel rooms up or Airbnbs. They're doing all kinds of stuff. And so Taylor Swift has had...
and they usually make a weekend out of it.
Yeah.
Like if it's not just in and out for one day. If you're coming from however far, you're like, oh yeah, we'll go to Pittsburgh for the weekend.
And this is also what's going to happen on that Metallica tour. Because Metallica is doing full weekends in cities.
Yeah.
They're doing Fridays and Sundays. We're giving away a trip. They're not coming here. They're coming to Detroit, that M72 tour.
I want to go to that.
I'm going to wait until I'm going to go see them at Soldier Field next year. But Detroit
2024.
Yeah.
Because they're in Detroit in November.
This fall, yeah.
Yeah.
You can still go to WMMS.com, by the way. We're still giving away those trips. The Metallica M72 tour is them doing stadiums over the course of a weekend. 2 shows, 2 different opening bands, 2 different sets. So they're doing Fridays and Sundays. So that's going to be a similar thing with people coming to town having to make a weekend out of it. Unless, I guess, because I think you have to buy tickets for both nights.
You can't just buy one.
I don't think so. I think we talked about that when they first announced it. I think they set it up so that...
Well, you probably want both.
But I don't know.
If
Yeah,
it's
I
2
would think so.
different sets. Why not? Because they didn't announce it as their last tour, but that's like the speculation, right?
Metallica?
Yeah, because they're old.
I hadn't heard about that, but I think they still like going out and touring. But they said despite a slow recovery in tourism in a lot of cities, a Taylor Swift concert coming to your city is very, very good for the local economy in places like Philly and Pittsburgh. Hotels filled to capacity around the time. I mean, we were getting messages from people hoping to win tickets because they already had hotel rooms and hoping to get last-minute tickets. There were people standing across the street from Acrisure Stadium to listen to the concert, like massive tailgates of people who didn't have tickets but wanted to listen. And we put a bunch of people.
It's really insane.
I mean, good for her. That's wild.
It's great. It's crazy that there's such a huge impact. There's a big drop off, I feel like, between Taylor Swift and what she's doing and pretty much everybody else.
Coheed and Cambria?
Coheed and Cambria is not even in this. They're doing the Agora. They're not even doing arenas.
All right. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 as promised. Once an hour, about 30 past, you get one of these keywords. It's a shot of cash, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
One more Taylor Swift note, and then I'll move on. But
Just make it the whole Friday show.
Making a big deal about the fact that because she got screwed out of her publishing rights or something the first time around, she's re-recording all of her albums. So now she owns them and she can do them how she wants or whatever. And there's a girl on TikTok who got a vinyl copy of a re-recorded Taylor Swift album, her third album called Speak Now. And there's a girl over in England who bought a colored vinyl version of it, but it was clearly
vinyl of color, please.
I'm sorry, VOC. And it was clearly the wrong pressing because she played it and she's like, does anybody know what this is? Because it's just talking, like creepy, weird talking. So it's the Taylor Swift album. It's labeled properly. It's in the right thing. But the audio itself is obviously not Taylor Swift. And people are like, do not sell this or get rid of it because anything that's been mispressed, whether it's a stamp or an album or whatever, especially Taylor Swift, you're potentially sitting on a gold mine.
Mm-hmm. She looks majestic.
I quit seeing people. Quit looking at the flakes of flesh.
Does anyone else's Speak Now vinyl not have Taylor Swift on it? Because I've just played mine for the first time.
It's a girl talking about flakes of flesh. So
Orchid vinyl. She looks beautiful. She looks majestic. Speak Now, not Taylor's version. I'm gonna flip it over.
Quit looking at the flakes of flesh and dancing organisms.
Yeah, it's very, very strange.
It's
very
creepy.
strange, but yeah, I love it.
And people are like, yeah, don't
get rid of that.
Don't get rid of that one.
I fell on my face after a dive in a trippy joint.
Please help me. Who is this? Speak Now, not Taylor's version. I'm gonna flip it over and try the B-side.
The 70 billion people of Earth. The 70 billion people of Earth. The 70 billion people of Earth.
All right, so
creepy, dude.
Well, it's probably audio from like an EDM band or something, or I don't know. But
This is how horror movies start.
Horror movies?
Horror, yeah. You don't watch enough of those.
Just because she's had a lot of boyfriends doesn't make her a whore.
Yeah, Mary.
Horror movies.
Horror movies.
Where they start with some,
like the Evil Dead when
Yes.
when they listen to the read the Book of the Dead and listen to the incantations.
Yeah.
That's when everybody starts getting possessed.
Did a virgin
and cutting
bleed
their
on
arms
a
off?
Did a virgin bleed on a book made out of skin before she played this vinyl?
If it did, she left that part out, and I think wisely. The totality of Taylor Swift's U.S. tour could generate $5 billion in consumer spending, which is larger than the GDP of 35 countries.
35 crappy countries.
Not good
asshole countries.
Yeah.
Her tour is going to hit more than 130 nations over the next year and could end up being the single highest grossing music tour in history. So the Federal Reserve said essentially, if the economy manages to avoid a recession, the U.S. will have, in some part, Taylor Swift to thank. At the very least, they could let her, ring the bell.
She's going to be a billionaire in like the next 2 or 3 years.
I was going to say, I can't believe she isn't already.
Right.
Well, after this tour.
Well, after this tour and after she releases all the albums where she's getting all the money, then yeah she's going to be the billionaire a couple times over.
The nicest billionaire of all time.
I was going to say,
you never hear a bad thing about her.
By all accounts, she seems pretty legit.
I enjoyed the documentary I watched about her a few years ago. Did a Flicks and Bill episode with Corey Roddick, and we enjoyed it.
I didn't see that. But yeah, by all accounts, I mean, somebody who, because you figure even if you're a middling performer, a tour takes a lot out of you. You got to sing every night. You got to dance every night. You're going to be tired.
You got to change your clothes 45 times.
Right.
She does do a lot of outfits.
Right. Like just as a person, you're going to have bad days, and you're going to have days where you might snap at somebody and not mean to. And there's probably some of that, but boy, you never hear about it. So either she's got an amazing PR team or she's just pretty sweet. She did get that DJ in Denver fired, though, for grabbing her ass.
Good.
Well, that was a good thing.
You don't get to grab ass. You can't just be running around
Even if
grabbing
it's
butts.
just where an ass is supposed to be.
I know, he shouldn't have done it. Also, happy 10th anniversary to the prank we love so much. 10 years ago, I think last week, where the crash of Asiana Flight 214, where people called in the names of the pilots.
Oh, God.
To
Steve Byrne has a bit about this on one of his specials.
called in the names of the pilots to a local KTVU in San Francisco. This was a flight that crash landed at San Francisco's airport. And because there are just fewer and fewer people, even 10 years ago, fewer and fewer people working in newsrooms to pick up a phone, or you get an intern or something, and they would just pass the information to the person live on the air because it's better to be first than to be right. And then the newscaster read the names of the Asian pilots on the air.
Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao.
Oh, I love it. Pilots' names.
But like when you see it right away, you're not like,
Well, because here's what they showed. I'll show you if you're watching the live stream. That's what they showed on the Chiron there, right? Flight 214 pilots' names. So somebody just gets them the information, and within seconds, they go, put this up on the CG. I need to have this up there now. I need the names, Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Holy Fook, Bang Ding Ow. Right.
Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao.
There you go. That was July 12th, 2013. They reported that on their noon news. And I don't know if anybody got fired, but the station reported that the end. And this is how you know, when people go, I don't believe anything on the news. You see where they're coming from sometimes. Yeah. Because, again, it's better to be first than to be right or to be accurate because you can always do a retraction. But the information comes so quickly that retractions are barely a thing now, unless somebody's going to get sued over it. Because right after that, the station had reported that the NTSB had confirmed that those were the names of the flight crew, which obviously was not the case. So, you know, the anchor doesn't want to go on the air because it's, you know, their face, their mouth reporting this crap. They don't know who an intern is in the back, so they don't want to look like jagoffs. Are you sure these are the names? Somebody lies and goes, yes. The NTSB has confirmed that those are the names of the flight crew on Asiana Flight 214 there.
Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao.
Now imagine one of those is a person's name. Imagine the family of Bang Ding Ao, who's real Bang Ding Ao, who's so upset because they hear that their beloved father, brother, uncle, whatever, has been killed in this flight. Imagine that. Or pick a name.
Me so sad.
Bill Squire doing the Irish Cultural Festival tomorrow night. 2 shows.
They still have a sense of humor.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah,
right?
Saturday at 9, Sunday at 7.
Saturday and Sunday? Mm-hmm. Man, I'll tell you what. Maybe incarceration isn't for you.
What the hell is this music?
This is Irish.
It's cultural.
I mean, yeah. I know Irish music.
What the hell is this music, he says. You better get used to it now, sonny. Grab me shillelagh. Maybe incarceration's not for you. Maybe, God forfend, Mary Santora's brand of edgy comedy is not for you.
Everyone
Maybe you would like to enjoy some Irish Cultural Festival with Bill Squire this weekend out there. How would people get tickets?
IrishFest.org, ClevelandIrishFest.org.
All right.
Something like that.
There you go.
You figure it out.
So if you get there and hear something like this, you won't ask the person next to you, what the hell is this?
What the hell's that?
Good. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192 to get us there. AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Now the Red Hot Chili Peppers on the Buzzard, brand new song off an album called Mother's Milk, called Knock Me Down. Bill, you ever heard of the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
I go deep with music, so yes, I have.
They don't get a lot of play here on the Buzzard, but Mother's Milk is when people really started to kind of taking serious note of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I think that's where their cover of Higher Ground was on. Anyway, Chili Peppers are your headliner for this year's Global Citizen Festival. We've been talking about this because there's tickets to be had for it.
No flat earthers are allowed.
No, that's right. It's a big lineup of bands.
Globers.
Bands and world leaders demanding action to end extreme poverty now. You can go to globalcitizenfestival.com. It's September 23rd in New York. They do one in Central Park, but they also do one in Paris. And frankly, I like the Paris lineup better. I mean, Central Park, you got Chili Peppers, Lauryn Hill, Megan Thee Stallion. Great. Foxy. Paris is Lenny Kravitz and Billie Eilish. And John Batiste. And then some French artists. Oh, no, maybe that already happened. Oh, I'm sorry, that happened.
Get it together.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the date. I thought they were doing them concurrently. The Paris one happened a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so the one in Central Park is set for September 23rd. It's going to happen on the Great Lawn of Central Park. You guys have been on the Great Lawn.
I don't know what that means.
In Central Park, there's an area called the Great Lawn.
Central Park is huge, though.
That's why they call it the Great Lawn. Now, what you don't want to do is find yourself
the good lawn.
On the lesser lawn, right, or in the brambles.
The fine lawn.
The okay lawn. They're going to be playing on the Great Lawn. Now, I don't know how much tickets are, but you could go to
$75,000.
globalcitizen.org. How much?
$75,000. Oh, boy. I made that up.
You might be right. 75.
Shut up, really?
But no, I'm kidding.
Oh.
But
well,
we
isn't this like a fundraiser event?
It's a big deal, yes, to end extreme poverty. Again, the Great Lawn. Everything's got to be superlative. The Great Lawn, extreme poverty. If you go over to the lesser lawn, there's some smaller bands working on just like mild poverty. But anytime, Central Park is a wild spot there. But the Great Lawn, I think, is where they have a lot of those shows. So worth looking into.
Well,
if you're interested in something like that.
If you don't have $75,000 to spend on an event, you could always come see me live at Hilarities this weekend. Tickets max out at $25.
Now, I heard that those tickets were $75,000.
They are not.
And that's,
Look at that. Premium tickets. You want to be closer to the stage? $25. You want to sit a little further back? Maybe a little comfier spot? $20.
Well, I was going to say, that's always felt strange to me that clubs consider tickets closer to the stage to be premium, because a lot of people don't want to sit close to the stage at a comedy show because they don't want to potentially get picked on. A lot of people want to sit kind of in that outer ring, maybe not in the balcony, but back in the main room. But if you want Mary Santora to notice you, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
If you want Mary Santora to notice you, you'll have to pay a premium, and that premium is an extra $5.
Mm-hmm.
2-drink minimum, right?
Sure. I think it's 2-item.
Oh, a 2-item minimum?
So you could have like breadsticks or mozzarella sticks and a Coke.
Could I have a piece of bread and water? Would that be considered a 2-item?
for it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, because water's free. So you need 2 items that cost money.
There's the loophole. So I could get 3 items and only pay for 2 of them.
If you order a free water, yeah.
I could get a piece of garlic bread.
Sure.
And a Charo Negro. And a glass of water.
Yes.
I've just gotten 3 items for the price of 2.
And a comedy show.
And yes, further down the priority list, a comedy show.
And laughs.
And laughs and Mary Santora. Yeah. The Mary Santora.
The premium tickets for tomorrow's show is sold out. So you're going to feel a little further away.
Now, how many premium tickets are there? Because there's only one row that delineates premium from not premium.
No, I think the premium
you can
is
sit.
the whole
it is.
floor.
Oh.
So it's about 100.
The whole floor is premium?
It's up until where the booths start. So there's that first line of booths, and in front of that is about 150.
I think those booths also count too. So,
yeah, 100, 150.
Wow.
So it's from the booths back and then the loge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm just saying, big deal, man. Come see me before I'm famous.
Yeah.
I have people commenting that. So my Indian followers on Instagram.
Mary's
or
very
on
big.
Facebook.
If you missed earlier in the week, Mary, it turns out she's huge in Pakistan and India.
We talked about this on Wednesday, right? And on Wednesday, I had 118,000 followers. Now I have 122,000 followers. So it's
from Pakistan and India.
From everywhere. Oh. The numbers don't update by category every day, but you can see your followers updating every day, if that makes sense. So, yeah, they're all commenting like, "Can't wait for you to get big," and it's not insulting because I understand that I'm not famous. But it's
what if they mean fat?
Well, we're on our way there, so maybe that is what they mean. I'll get fat for them. Okay, listen, guys, go to my Facebook page and comment if you want me to get fat. And
but then you will. But then Brian will break up with you.
That's also
so
true.
It's a real Hobson's choice there. I mean, you can't get fat. He's made it clear.
Yes.
That if you gain a certain amount of weight, I don't know if he's put a, it's like the Supreme Court in pornography. When you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's put a number on it.
If I gain 250 pounds, he's gonna break up.
Gain 250 or hit 250?
Gain 250. If I hit 400, he's
starting
over it.
now.
Wow. So he's really giving you a lot of rope.
Yeah, he loves me a lot.
He is a sweethart.
Isn't he? He's a good guy.
He is a sweetheart.
But everyone has their limits.
Right.
And his is 400 pounds at 5'2".
You're like the old bass player from Cold Chamber.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
But no, them saying like when I say come see me before I'm famous, it's like half the people from India are like, my queen, I love you, you're so famous, can't wait to meet you one day. And then it's people from America that are like, why don't you have a Netflix? Are you
I do.
Day,
I borrow Bill Squire's password.
Right. One day I bet someone will watch this. I'm like, thank you, sir. I appreciate the love.
One day someone will watch this. Yeah.
One person, there's this one guy who hates me on Facebook. And he follows me, hates me, and comments mean things on every single video that I post.
Right.
Every single video, he comments something like, fat pig.
Why don't you just block him?
Because I'm like, you know what? Help engagement. Because then people yell at him in the comments.
I see.
I'm like, let it go. But yeah.
And so every time you post something. So, yeah, people don't realize negative comments still help us.
Oh, yeah.
It's still engagement.
If you're concerned about engagement.
Which is why the internet is in the state that it's in.
Yes.
Because they're like, yeah, we don't care. We just want people yelling at each other.
It's why you'll see people like purposely posting wrong information. And I don't mean like dangerously wrong information.
No,
somebody just going, hey, Henry Winkler played Han Solo, because everybody goes, you're so stupid.
Right.
So they purposely do that to get engagement up.
And it drives me crazy because like I don't want to get engagement that way. So I do block people that say negative things, and I shouldn't, but I don't like those people getting attention.
As a general rule, I'm not a blocker, but also like I just want to have fun on social media, and that's kind of there's less and less of that. So I just don't need that. I'm not going to look at my stuff to see somebody like pissing all over. I don't need it. Don't need it.
It's not really pissing all over, but he'll just comment like looking chubby.
Right, but that's
like that.
But that's what that is. Just negative comments.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't need it. It's not going to make you feel great. I mean, again, you never want to let a stranger ruin your day, but they got something going on that's really got nothing to do with you. It's really not about you. But holy cow.
Like this one guy, so I posted, this isn't the guy who hates me, I posted a video about a very quick, it's like 10 seconds. This guy's wearing a cross earring. And I asked him, I was like, is it for religion or for fashion? And he says, oh, I work for a religious company. And he like goes into an explanation, and I kind of cut him off and I go, okay, so you work for Chick-fil-A. And it's like a joke, like a religious company, haha, you work at a fast food place. And then I would say like, and when people ask for more sauce, you like point to your ear and you're like, my pleasure. And some guy commented on it and was like, why must you criticize Christianity? And that's the whole video, by the way. It's like that 10 seconds. And then because of this guy coming up with a random, nobody criticized Christianity, that comment alone has like 15 replies to it of people being mad at him about Christianity.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? Let it happen.
Let them fight.
Let them eat cake.
Alan, decades of fighting between Pakistan and India. Who'd have thought that Mary might end up being the peace broker?
I am going to.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but you are finding yourself in the middle of two global nuclear powers.
Yes. I'm going to be like the next Dennis Rodman, hanging out with
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Hey, listen, the transitive property, you have hung out with Dennis Rodman.
Exactly.
He has hung out with Kim Jong-un. Thereby, you have hung out with Kim Jong-un.
Maybe I just absorbed some of his, like, what would you call it? It's not a political presence. What was he doing over there? Was he
Diplomacy?
being a...
He thought
diplomacy?
he thought he was doing something, and he really wasn't.
So maybe I absorbed that, and I can take that over and end the fighting between India and Pakistan.
Alan, do raccoons eat free at Mary's show? No, at her house they eat free.
They eat free
at
at
her
home.
shows,
They're not welcome.
it's for the paying customers.
Correct. I don't think Hilarities allows raccoons. If you are a furry and you come in a raccoon suit, I think that's probably fine. But real live raccoons, I don't.
I know, they
think
don't
that's
let people wear hats, so I don't know if you'd be able to wear a raccoon hat.
You can't wear a hat
Mask.
at Hilarities?
That's like him obstruct people's views. Like not necessarily a baseball cap, but like a big, like a cowboy hat or something like that.
If somebody wears a 10-gallon hat to a comedy show,
Right.
hey,
Yeah.
man, take your hat off.
Other paying customers might be a little upset about it.
Okay. But like if I'm wearing a yarmulke, that's okay?
Yeah, that should be fine.
That's
Okay.
religious.
I mean, despite the fact I'm not
Well,
Jewish,
it's
is
a
that still
religious
okay?
cowboy hat.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I forgot about the religious cowboy hat.
Yeah.
They're anointed.
Alan, is there any way Hilarities will let me get in on the water and garlic bread, but not stay for Mary's show?
There's a restaurant upstairs you can just go to.
Yeah.
Do they serve garlic bread, but do you have to get 2 items?
I don't think so. You
Ah.
probably just have to get one item and actually pay for it. That's how
Okay.
restaurants generally work.
That's how they work?
Usually.
Oh, man. What's the restaurant called? Is that the Pickwick or the Frolic?
Pickwick and Frolic.
That's the restaurant.
Pickwick and Frolic is the restaurant. Hilarities 4th Street Theater is the comedy.
The comedy club.
Where I will be for 2 shows tonight and 2 shows tomorrow.
All right. Columbus, Ohio. If you listen to us down there, there's a surgeon who got really, really popular on TikTok because she was live streaming patient procedures. She's a plastic surgeon, Dr. Catherine Graw, and she really blew up on TikTok because her handle was Dr. Roxy.
Oh.
She would perform surgeries on patients and live stream them, except she wasn't a very good doctor. And so I guess she was so busy on maybe streaming the TikToking that she was pretty regularly bungling people's operations. And so now she's being sued, and the state of Ohio has permanently revoked her medical license. So, boy, I really hope you made some money. You put all your eggs in the plastic surgeon basket there on TikTok, so I don't know what you do past that. I don't know what you do after your medical license is revoked. You know, it's like people who get disbarred. Like if you're a lawyer or a doctor and you can't practice anymore, what do you do?
Anything else?
I mean, plastic surgeons make a pretty good living, so maybe she's got some dough saved up, but she bungled a number of patient surgeries.
What does that mean?
What's that?
Bungled?
She screwed them up.
Okay.
You know bungle.
No.
You've never heard the verb bungle.
No.
Oh.
I've never heard it used. I don't think I've ever heard that word used.
To be incompetent.
Oh.
Yeah. A bungler. That guy's a real bungler.
No.
Never heard that?
No.
You're not watching old Batman episodes from the 50s?
Absolutely not.
Here comes the bungler.
Oh, no. This guy, get away from the bungler.
Uh-huh. Well, now you
I've
know.
never heard that.
All right. Your dad never listened to Bungle in the Jungle from Jethro Tull?
I do not think so.
Ian Anderson and the boys are back with a brand new song here. Do you like bunglers? Do you like junglers? They've come together They played the Buzzard Fest 1973.
Walking through forests of palm tree apartments.
Sorry, 74.
Monkeys who live in their dark tents. Down by the water hole, drunk every Friday.
So you know this is when the tail end of like, you know, a lot of psychedelics and rock and roll because they were doing hit songs about animals, monkeys in the jungle and, you know. Anyway, Bungle in the Jungle there, classic from Jethro Tull. But this doctor was accused of bungling. Now, again, I don't know if that's probably the official legal charge.
Right.
She's been accused of aggravated bungling. I don't know if that's a thing. But patients who were getting skin tears, which I don't know much about cosmetic surgery, that doesn't sound good.
Doesn't sound good at all.
Doesn't sound good when your skin tears.
Especially when you're supposed to be cutting it.
Yeah.
You shouldn't tear it.
That makes me like shiver.
Yeah.
Infections and other serious complications.
Also not good.
And then needed further medical care to correct her bungling. So there was the initial bungling.
The
and then
debunglers.
and then the people who had to contend with the bungling that had been done to them.
Unbunglers.
Yep. So the Ohio Medical Board has permanently revoked her medical license. She would frequently live stream patient surgeries, which from the jump you have to get a release for that. So that would be weird too.
You can't just do it while they're knocked out?
No.
Why not?
Because that's a violation of their medical freedoms and things like
HIPAA?
that. You'd have to get, I mean, HIPAA is not as wide ranging. Most people don't really get what HIPAA is, but what I'm saying is.
The girl hippo.
Yes, correct.
La HIPAA.
You would need to get there. And I'm sure, you know, I'm sure she sells it to him like, oh, it's for educational purposes or whatever. And so they probably go, yeah, sure. But she got a lot of followers who would tune in to watch these live streams. But they're like, yeah, you were paying more attention to that than the people who were on the table.
She's like reading the comments as she goes.
Right. One woman sued after the tissue of her breast reconstruction died in her body.
Ooh.
And she was left with a lot of scarring. And so, because there's patient privacy issues on it.
Yeah, and zombie boobs.
Yeah. Anyway. They said a lot of those videos seem very unprofessional. So listen, if you are someone who is in the market for some cosmetic surgery and you're down there around Columbus Way, you won't have Dr. Roxy to kick around anymore.
Don't go to the TikTok doctor.
The TikToker, Dr. Roxy. So, yes, conceivably, she could pick up and move. You know, if you get disbarred in Florida, you can move a law practice to Kentucky or somewhere. So she could go somewhere else. But if your reputation precedes you, that's not good. Especially if there's video evidence of it. I imagine she probably deactivated her TikTok, but.
Or they made her do that.
Made her do it.
Her lawyer was like, bro, what are you doing right now?
He called her bro.
This is so incriminating.
That's right. Hey, bro.
Knock it off.
Don't do that. Batman lives in the Batcave. The bungler lives in the bunghole. I get it. The bungler.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
So, yeah. There's something. Oh, by the way, they said that Lisa Marie Presley died. Boy, this is no way to go.
Did someone bungle her hole?
Somebody bungled Lisa. No, not that, but I guess she had gastric band surgery. You know, because if you remember, Lisa Marie Presley, she put a lot of weight on. And she's like, I don't want to look like that. So she had gastric band surgery, but the scarring from that led to a bowel obstruction, and that's what killed her. That sucks. When you die from a bowel obstruction, because of a procedure you had, you're like, I want to look great. And a lot of people undergo that. Like years ago, she had this. And she ended up with a strangulated bowel, Bill.
Strangled.
Strangled and bungled. And
So you had this woman who's bungling surgeries, and now you have poor Lisa Marie Presley, who had a bowel strangulated. A strangled bowel. No way to go out. So that's what happened. And everybody thought it was drugs because she had her issues with substance abuse. So everybody jumped to conclusions. right, on that. And do you know how I know? Because I did the exact same thing. Now, they did find stuff in her blood, but it was like prescription level. They didn't find fentanyl and things like that. But those kinds of things, what happens when you're on opioids?
You can't poop.
You're constipated. And so she ended up
But you
with...
don't care that you're constipated.
Is that what it is?
Well, I mean, you're on
You can't-
opioids.
you're having a good time.
So, yeah, that's what happened. It was not drugs. Lisa Marie Presley, who was still young. Very young, Mary. 54. Very young.
The youngest.
A spring chicken.
Oh, so young.
Hey, I have to go to break. Let me give you these Eagles tickets, all right? I'm going to get a winner here. Poundcake's out today. Eagles have decided to do their farewell tour. Enough is enough. The long goodbye. And taking Steely Dan out with them. So they'll come to Cleveland on October 17th to play the Romo Fijo. Tickets went on sale this morning. Last pair of tickets for you here to win from me. So good luck. Eagles and Steely Dan want to go. Caller 10, I'll give these to you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to
app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
There we go. Couldn't hear myself for a second. I'm going to have another $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzer Bookie here in about 10 minutes, so that next keyword is on the way. By the way, congratulations. Poundcake is out today, so I'm taking winner calls. Congratulations to Heather, a young woman out there in Paynesville who loves Steely Dan. She got the last pair of tickets to see the Eagles, that farewell tour.
Yeah, but young Q's like, what, 48?
She's 47. But here's the thing. She's not staying for the Eagles.
Oh, just the
She's
opener.
staying for the opener. Anyway, those tickets are on sale as of this morning. She got the last pair. Eagles and Steely Dan, that is October 17th. You can go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for the details. Ben Palmer's here. Hi, Ben.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
You are from Cleveland, Ohio. You are from Northeast Ohio, correct?
Yeah, around. Yeah.
You are Palmer Trolls on the interwebs, and people know you from that.
Yeah.
And you and Bill go back from what he's told me?
Yep.
Yes?
Yeah. From the very beginning.
About like 15 years or so?
Mhm.
Is that about how long ago?
Yep.
Because I remember you started at the Funny Stop, Rip Pete. And,
right. So
and
you
then-
started there too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you moved to Atlanta and then LA for a little bit and then Denver. And,
Yep.
And then over the pandemic, you blew up.
Yeah. Well, we
Thank God for that pandemic.
yeah. Thank
It's
you
the
for
greatest
all
thing.
of
What a career builder that pandemic was. you know?
Yes, I think it was just like having time, some free time. It was like some free extra bonus time that helped a lot of people. I was one of them. Well, I mean, it was like a little situational too. I was trying to get discovered in Los Angeles, and I wanted them to see my show. And then once there was no comedy anymore, well, I was like, well, might as well just make some videos.
Right. But up until then, had you been doing like a hybrid of stand-up and video stuff, or was it just doing the acting clubs?
It was so it was like me doing my presentation, which is like it's kind of like a PowerPoint with there is some video in there.
Okay.
But it's me like walking people through like some of the online pranks. That
So
I
you
do.
had been doing that live?
Yes.
Yeah, before the
Yeah.
pandemic.
Because you've been doing this. I mean, like when you started, you were just doing more traditional stand-up, but you've been doing the troll thing
Yeah.
for a long time.
Yeah. I've been
And
pretending to be companies on Facebook for like 9 years.
Let me show a
something
bit
like
of
that.
video to the live stream people here to get people hip to what's going on, and then we'll dig into it.
This is on Black Friday a few years ago. It was always crazy. Some companies were starting to make their employees come in on Thanksgiving. They started moving Black Friday up to Thanksgiving. And then other stores, they decided they were going to stay closed on Thanksgiving so their employees could have the time off. Like TJ Maxx was one of those stores that stayed closed. And I was on their Facebook page and I saw someone wrote them like a negative message about this. Like this person, Trey, is like, boo, you should be open tomorrow. It's just another day. So I made a Facebook page that looks just like TJ Maxx and said, we'll be open for Thanksgiving, but only if your house is too. He's like, I'm reporting who made this rude TJ Maxx comment to me. We would read the report, but unfortunately we are still closed. And that made Trey angry.
Trey didn't like that, did he?
Trey didn't like it, no.
So that is very funny. So I guess my first question is, how are you not constantly being sued?
That's what people always ask me,
Yes.
and they're always shocked to find out that I've never actually been sued. I've been cease and desisted.
Well,
Don't
so
get
my
me
question
wrong.
is, how is that? They figure, what's the point? Or kind of walk me through that. Because
a lot of times I just never hear from that company. I never heard from TJ Maxx about that.
Okay.
Sometimes they leave my comment up for a while. I'm like, you know, a lot of times
Engagements
they'll
we were just
delete
talking
it.
about.
Right.
Other times they'll leave it up. I'm like, I think they liked that one.
They're just gonna let it slide.
Especially since I think it's becoming more of a thing for the corporate social media directors to be a little hipper.
A little
Or-
snarky.
like Wendy's gets a lot
Yes.
of credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
And, you'll see brands Nothing's more awesome than brands fighting with each other.
Right.
But is it? It's going to sound really stupid, but I'm just I'm interested in the process. Is it time consuming to do that? I mean, you're like, all right. I mean, I've set up one Facebook account, and it was 100 years ago. So it's like I wouldn't even remember how to do that.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing it over and over again for years.
Yeah, you have it down to a science now.
Yeah, it's second nature. For me, I can spin up a Walmart Facebook page and probably about a minute and be responding to people who are mad at Walmart pretty quickly.
Right. But so in the beginning of it though, it was like I got to grab a logo and then I've got to make it look official. It can't just be like. You don't want the joke is you want people to think it's the official thing.
Yeah, I use their actual logos. I just take it directly from them. And then I use, depending on Facebook's censor, sometimes they're like, no, you can't make a page called Walmart. Well, then I'll just be like, well, I'll make Walmart with a capital I instead of the L. And then that'll be my Walmart. But you can't tell.
It's like a vanity license plate. Yeah.
Well,
so just little loopholes I've been trying to work around Facebook for years. They're deleting and banning me a lot, but I keep trying.
one of your earlier ones with Joel Osteen, right?
Yeah,
You've been trolling him forever.
Yeah.
And is he the one you got the cease and desist from?
No, they never sent me a cease and desist. I pretend to be reporters for newspapers too. So I'll pretend to be an actual newspaper and they'll be like, we found out you're pretending to be us. Please stop. And I'll be like, okay, I will stop.
But then you just created a fake newspaper, right?
Yeah, then I made my own that sounds like a real newspaper because I lived in Fort Collins, Colorado for a couple of years outside of Denver. They have the Coloradoan, but they don't have the Coloradoan Times, and that's where I come in.
You just add another word to it. Yeah. The Gazette.
So then, you email somebody on the East Coast, they're like, I think the Coloradoan Times is like a legit newspaper, but why are they talking to me like this? They're kind of unprofessional. So what I'll do is I'll get a quote from a CEO from a company I don't like or something, and I'll make up a quote from them, and then I'll send that to the company. I'm like, did you hear that?
Like, what was the Elon Musk one?
Oh, yeah. So Elon Musk, I sent a made-up quote of him saying we can use the rocks on Mars to feed starving people. And I emailed it to SpaceX, and I was like, did Elon Musk really say this? And they're like, no. And they're like, well, the Coloradoan Times, we don't know what that is either. I was like, well, no one knew what SpaceX was either. And now, they're a multi-billion-dollar company with a mission to feed people Mars rocks.
Right.
I just keep bringing them back into my world.
Right. Yeah.
They sent me like a screenshot. They're like, this is the official statement from Elon Musk. And it was like a paragraph of him being like, I love space and the stars. And I was like, well, the image you sent me just says we can use the rocks on Mars to feed starving people.
Well,
it's just like.
The thing I love about what you do is the way you punch up. Like, you're always going after scammers or just like
Elon
corrupt
Musk.
companies,
billionaires.
Very top.
The stuff you do, calling out like multi-level marketing companies and like joining their big Zoom recruitments and stuff like that is so amazing and so funny and real ballsy too, because like now you're just like joining, like you're like, hey, I'm this guy in the group,
right?
And it's really fun to watch and just really clever and not like anything I've ever seen. And one thing that when I would see your stuff get passed around on like meme sites or whatever, and I always try and tag you and be like, hey, this is Ben Palmer, this is Palmer, right? Palmer Trolls.
So give me an example of when this really bit you in the ass, or has it not risen to that level yet?
I've taken something very deep actually that I haven't released online, but I do it at my live show.
Yeah,
because
but let me tell people where this is. This is at Dunlop's Corner Bar tonight. PalmerTrolls.com for the info. Where is that, Bill? Where's Dunlop?
It's kind of near Ohio City.
Okay.
Just like on that, it's like, I want to say like west.
32nd, 31st?
West 32nd.
32nd,
yeah,
okay. Yeah. All right. Ben's at Dunlop's Corner Bar tonight. Go to PalmerTrolls.com for the info. So is what you're talking about now is something that people will see tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I have like a 20-minute story about a politician who thought I was somebody I was not. Because
you made him think you were someone.
I didn't try to.
Oh, you didn't?
Initially, so what happened was someone who follows me made a website that was like a parody. He was making fun of a social media app, like a right-wing social media app.
Right.
And an actual politician signed up on the site thinking it was the actual app.
Oh, that's
okay.
And so then I called him and said, hey, I'm with this app. And then he was like, great. and then I lived a lie for like 3 months pretending to be a person from this company. And I met him in person and pranked other politicians too.
Well, because
Oh, it's so good. It's like
it was crazy.
kind of Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah,
kind of
yes.
stuff.
I used Sacha Baron Cohen's contracts that he gets these people to sign. I called one of his lawyers up, and they're like, "It sounds like you got yourself in a bit of a pickle."
They just answered. They were just like,
They
yeah,
answered
sure.
the phone. Their number was on their website, and I called them, and they said hello. I was like, "Hi, I have something. I have a story for you." Yeah.
And they were probably like, "This is brilliant. I love
They
this."
sent me the contract. They were
That's
like, he always
crazy.
wins because people sue him all the time. He always wins because he has these people sign the contract.
So do you have people sign some kind of release that they don't know that? So that's
Yeah.
the process. That's the protocol
so
for
good.
this.
Yeah,
So
so
you're
that
kind of
politician-
indemnified from people going, hey,
yeah,
you go, no, I got it right here.
yeah, like the contract covers a lot of stuff.
What do they think they're signing?
They think
or is
they're
it just
signing. He thought he was signing like an agreement that protects everybody. Especially, he was like, he wanted to make sure we didn't sue him.
Yeah.
You know, so he put that language in the contract too. And I'm
Gotcha.
like, trust me, we're not going to sue.
We're
you.
not going to sue you. Yeah. That's the one thing you don't have to worry about. You should have read the other stuff a little more closely.
Yeah.
You do not have to worry about
part,
that.
Yeah.
Well, but also, you know, Bill talks about making sure to tag you in things that other people pass around, and because stuff online is so fluid and whatever.
Yeah.
Do you have people that are like, for lack of a better term, kind of like trying to pass the baton, or they use your kind of stuff as a jumping off point, or like they think they're adding to the bit and another person has gotten you into something you're not even really a part of? Has that happened at all or no?
I don't think so, but
Okay.
I'm always open for collaboration.
A legit partnership with a, well, because, you know, that's not inconceivable too, that somebody who gets to that level where you are is brands will legit reach out to them and go, hey, we'd like to do something, you know, funny or whatever.
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
I've had a few brands.
SpawnCon, as it were.
I've done a couple brand videos for like Beats by Dre and
Yeah.
Urban Decay Cosmetics for whatever reason decided I was the one.
Right.
They looked at you and they were like, "That's our guy."
Cosmetics.
Makeup.
Yes.
Yep.
Look at
I was
that.
like, okay. They sent me like a kit. You know what I'm saying? So
Did you like do like a lip tutorial or something?
I put a little bit of it on. Yeah. Sample the product out.
You've got to. You got to know what you're talking about. Let me get with this money here. Hold tight. It's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So Ben Palmer is at Dunlop's Corner Bar tonight. Go to palmertrolls.com for the details on the tickets. Why? So you're here from Northeast Ohio. I mean, you grew up here.
Yeah.
Why Atlanta first?
Family, you know,
Okay.
my family ended up around that area. So I wanted to be near some support while doing comedy.
So
and there was a good scene like growing there when you got
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
'Cause I
definitely.
remember going down there. I think it had Star Bar or something like that. Like some show on a Monday night that was bananas, like packed.
like Laughing Skull, that's down there. Yeah. So those are the rooms you came up in.
Yep.
then.
Yeah, I was a regular at all those Atlanta clubs.
Family is still there.
Family?
Is
Oh,
your
my family.
Yeah, your family is.
You're like, who's that?
Which club is that? I never did that one.
You don't know what, you don't know what reality is anymore.
It's in Peachtree. It's a
That's
basement.
right, family.
Yeah.
People that we love.
Yes, right. Blood relatives.
People that we love, but not necessarily like.
Like that we have to love.
Yeah. They're still there, and you said, I'm going to move on. And
Yeah. And so then I moved to Los Angeles. I was there 4 years, and yeah, that's when I started putting videos out on. So I did this show for years with no one would come. You know, I'd get like whoever ended up at the show, whoever wanted to see the show at that venue that day, which is just like random people.
Right.
Usually it was just me performing for like 8 people. And so
But
now,
did they love it? Like the 8 people who came
Well,
were
one person couldn't see. That was one of my. I remember that.
like he was blind
I do
or
a visual show, and yeah, a blind person came with their wife. And like at the time, I was doing stock photos. I would put that on a screen and like
Oh man,
voice
I remember the stock
just
photo
like
stuff,
silly
yeah.
stock photos, and I would write like a funny line for each one and voice it. And then as I was doing it, the woman's describing to the man what's happening. She's like, "It's a picture of an old couple on the screen." I'm like,
That's very helpful. That's somebody who's really committed to that show. We're going to go see this guy. And yeah.
but yeah, it used to be small amounts of people, and now people who actually follow my stuff, they come out now, and so it's been fun.
That's the nice snowball effect, too, is that if you just kind of end up with a little group of people who can at least kind of start talking about it and whatever, and then you combine that with TikTok and all the other stuff, then you kind of have more latitude to dick around, probably. I mean,
Yeah.
so were you going? Was it just kind of confined to LA? Were you going to San Francisco? Were you going to San Diego? Like, were you?
Yeah, I was doing the San Francisco Sketch Fest. I did that 3 years. I would just go wherever. Yeah,
Because they give you a lot of room to breathe up there.
I guess LA is tough to get better at because everything's so expensive and far apart.
Yeah.
So like every open mic you sign up for, you're paying $5 for the minimum, and then you're paying for parking.
Yep.
Then the next one's 30 minutes away, and there's already 70 people on the list by the time you get there. So it's not the
Right.
best for like developing as a comedian.
Right.
It's more like, I don't know, if you want to write or get a job or get discovered.
When did you?
quote unquote.
Was it suggested to you? Like, when did you start going on the road?
I started going on the road right away when I shouldn't have gone on the road. When I was in Atlanta, I would go to all these southern cities. I would just drive with a friend. We'd go to book myself and go to random places on the map.
Right.
It's a lot more popular in the Midwest and even down into the South where we get on the road a year in or 2 years in, where it's like you maybe have 5 or 10 minutes and you're doing a feature set of 35, you know, or whatever. But I feel like that helps sometimes, though. Like you were kind of trial by fire.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. You
Figure
have
it
to.
out. You got a half hour.
What was the biggest thing that like kind of got the ball rolling so that it, you know, went viral and then you like started selling tickets?
The
Like, what
trolls.
That was
yeah.
TikTok. It
Yeah.
started with TikTok the first year, and then people started following me from that. Everyone who came to my show said they came from TikTok.
Nice.
Now this year, I've got more people on YouTube and Instagram, and so now my people are all from the different apps.
How many followers do you have on TikTok now?
Some of them from LinkedIn. I do have a big following on LinkedIn.
Nice.
All the
All the
corporate
corporate logos, yeah.
Yeah, they're all like
trying to cut you off at the pass.
Yeah, I have an inbox full of cease and desist I haven't responded to. Those are all my LinkedIn friends. Please stop. Yeah.
Because you got 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, which
Yeah.
is awesome, and like you actually get good engagement. Like that's really good.
Yeah.
Because like I got a bunch of YouTube subscribers, and then they go, yeah. We liked one video. We don't like all your videos.
Yeah, it's
so
tough, man.
it
Well,
is.
you had the added element, though, of the live show. You have to do like an AV check,
Yeah.
right? There's got to be a screen, and there's
Yep.
got to be, you know.
And so I couldn't just go everywhere I wanted to get seen. I had to go to places that have screens, go to places that have an open mic where you can sign up for more than 3 minutes. You know,
Right.
so it was a little bit of a challenge getting discovered without the internet.
Yeah, because it's not like you can show up and bring a screen with you, probably.
Which
right?
I have
mean,
done. Yeah.
well, I was going to ask about that too, because we've all talked about doing gigs back in the day where you like are in the corner of a bar and there's a high top and you bring your own amp,
Or
and
they're
it's
like,
just the mic, and you know, but you've got the visual thing and all that. Like you can't do it without that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a booker who's like, hey, can you bring chairs? And you're like, what? Like, you don't have chairs.
Yeah.
Rent a center?
Right. What's
With
your
an-
favorite troll you've done?
Favorite one? Shoot, I don't know. One of the most gratifying was the city of Atlanta. I pretended to be them for years.
Oh, that one's so funny.
It's good. That's the one I showed my boyfriend
With
the
the
other
parking
night.
ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you made demands.
Yeah. So I lived in Atlanta and I was broke and I owed a ton of money to the city. I moved to LA. I had to pay all these fines and I was mad. So I made a Facebook page called City of Atlanta and used like their actual city seal, and then just started making ridiculous announcements like, don't worry about the speed limit signs. You know, no one pays attention to them anyways. If you're unsure how fast to go, just feel it out. You know,
Right.
just stuff like that. And then jokes about Atlanta specifically. And it kind of blew up. And then the actual city of Atlanta made a statement saying I wasn't allowed to use their city seal. And the news like aired their statement. And then the news asked me if I had a statement in response to the city of Atlanta. Which I don't know. The news loved this, by the way.
Yeah,
The news thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
They're like, you got to come back for them? I'm like, okay.
Right.
Absolutely, I do.
They want to cover anything that's not a murder or
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's so true. The woman was like, I just covered like a child that died. I'm like,
Yes.
Okay.
They
cool.
need a kicker story.
I made a Facebook page.
Yeah.
And so, they let me air my demands. I told the city I would remove the page, but I needed my parking and traffic tickets covered.
Right.
And I asked for $60 in cash and 2 free rides on the trolley as well.
Right. A
they
dead drop
abide?
downtown.
Did they give you those things?
No, I still have to follow up with them, send an invoice. They didn't delete the page, though, and I was the city of Atlanta for several years.
That's
And
so
you still
funny.
kept up with it every now and then, just post from it?
Yeah, I was in LA making city of Atlanta posts. I was doing my Atlanta
Yeah, because I
research.
would think something like that, where the actual people that should be doing that, not that they'd be asleep at the wheel, but there's a difference between like a company like Walmart or TJ Maxx, where they have dedicated teams to do that, versus the gold would be finding like smaller organizations, like the city of Atlanta. You know what I mean? They're not Walmart.
They don't have a social media team.
They might have a
Probably.
guy
Yeah.
who, is doing 5 other things.
It's the best when a company like makes a new product that hasn't been copyrighted yet. Then you can go be that product before everybody else.
Oh, that's so funny.
Like get a head start on them. I tried to do that for like Starry or it was like the Sprite drink
Yeah.
or whatever. I'm like,
Right.
okay, let me get a Starry page going just in case.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, Starry was just there. Like
Yeah.
nobody knew what it was.
Yeah. Right.
People still don't know what it is.
Right.
But it was just there. And it is also amazing. We'll see these stories pop up all the time. It's amazing the domain names that are not copywritten. Like companies, it doesn't occur to them, and then somebody like you can come and grab it. It's 100% legit.
Yeah.
You're like, you guys screwed up.
Pay me $1 million.
Right.
You're doing a lot of
I
stuff
have
like
some good ones.
Yeah, and like you're doing a lot of stuff like AI now, where
Yeah.
you're telling people it's AI, but it's just you responding.
Right. Yeah, I had a fake chat GPT site, and
Were
we
people
were getting
asking you wild
we were-
questions?
Yes, it was all people from other countries apparently. I guess that didn't have chat GPT, so I was like helping Chinese students with their homework and stuff.
Oh, and you're trolling them, or did you like genuinely
I
try
would
to help?
troll, and then I would be like, okay, they're not getting it. I'll just help them. So
Yeah.
then I became chat GPT.
That's a great way to. That's a.
He's like accidentally tutoring.
I was going to say, or just giving them bad information, like
Yeah.
you're offsetting the brain drain. Everybody's complaining about China. You're doing your part to screw the Chinese
Slow 'em
kids.
down.
Yeah, slow them down. That's right.
It's like a sleeper cell.
That's genius.
Yeah, I take on things I
Educational
didn't-
terrorism.
Yeah.
Man, that's good.
Education.
That is good.
No, I'm sure you get asked this all the time. You started this just because you were bored? Because you thought it was funny to troll
Yeah,
people?
well, I love entertaining people. So Facebook really helped me because I got instant feedback.
Yeah.
So if I get something that people really, really liked, I would do it more and then just keep doing what they liked.
Because you're just like, this seems silly. Why not?
Yeah.
Well, because no.
Exactly.
Or did it start with suing each other on TV?
That
Oh
was
man,
a
we
thing too.
didn't even talk about that.
Oh, that he used
The
to
rap
go ahead.
sheet
You
keeps
go ahead.
going.
Yeah, I guess it does.
I almost told it, but yeah,
The
you
police
tell
will be here anytime.
Yeah,
now.
anytime.
Yeah, my friends and I, we used to sue each other to get on court TV because the court show pays whoever wins. And
Oh,
it
yeah, I
doesn't go
saw
on
those,
anybody's
yeah.
record.
Yeah.
It doesn't
So-
go on the record, and you would just be like, sue each other for $5,000, and then just
Yeah.
one of you's gonna get it.
Yeah, we make sure the plaintiff always wins, and then once they get the check, we split it. I think I just admitted to fraud on that right now.
But also, it's one of those things that's so
Friday.
genius.
You can do that on Friday.
It's where you're
It's
genius.
fraud
It's so
Friday.
genius,
And
and
it's also a joke.
We're just
You know, he's a
kidding.
comedian.
but it's so genius in its simplicity that you're like, how is no one doing this?
Right.
I think that's
You
what
know.
everybody does on those shows, honestly.
Yeah, there's a
maybe
lot of
so.
a lot of characters in those shows.
That's great.
Well, Ben Palmer has a lot to show you tonight at Dunlop's Corner Bar there on 32nd. Go to palmertrolls.com for all the social hookups there, and you can go see him tonight. If you're listening in another city, you can see if he's coming to your town. And thanks for coming in, man.
Hey,
Nice
thanks
to
for
meet
having
you.
me. It
Absolutely.
was a blast.
Let me take a break here. If you want the last Buzzard bike key before Charlie starts handing them out there in Parma, he's going to be live at Rookies from 5 to 7. Last one here on the air that could fire up this custom Harley from MMS and Budweiser that we're going to give away. The details on the giveaway, by the way, where we're going to do it, coming very soon. But I'll give you this last key here on the air. For caller 10, good luck. Grab one of these Buzzard bike keys. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. With a gleam in his eye.
Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I think Korn might be one of the only metal bands not on incarceration this weekend. Out there in Mansfield. Kicks off tonight. Tomorrow night, 2 hours to midnight, is our Saturday night metal show, and we're doing all incarceration bands tomorrow night. It's me, Corey Roddick, and Pat Butler. Local music from Dark Secret. But the rest of it's going to be bands playing incarceration. So we'll hit your headliners. We'll hit some of the lesser-known bands. And it'll be a lot of fun. So tomorrow night, 2 hours to midnight, starts at 10 here on MMS. If you are in a metal band locally, you want us to play your stuff. If I like it, I'll play it. You can email 2htm@wmms.com. And the playlists week to week, because there's no podcast version of it. You got to hear it live. But you can recreate your own show with the playlists. They're on the 2 hours to midnight Facebook page and at WMMS.com. Congrats, by the way, to Jason Patton. He's out in Medina. That's Bill Squire country. And he got the last Buzzard bike key from me on the air. Now, if you struck out on the air, Charlie is going to be set up at Rookies in Parma, right there on Pearl Road, right near where Ridge and Pearl intersect. And he's going to be at Rookies from 5 until 7. And I think he might have maybe a dozen keys. So like the last bunch of keys is going to go out with Charlie. And then we're going to give this thing away next weekend. And we'll have all those details for it. I will be your host for that. And it should be a lot of fun. Monday on the show, I will have full details and passes for you to join us on the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. It's Captain Fun's Floating Fandango on the Nautica Queen. And it's brought to you by Bud Light and MMS. And I'll have all the info for you on Monday. If you want to go see Violent Femmes, I'll have those tickets for you. I'll put you on Jet Express if you're heading out to Put-in-Bay the remainder of the summer. And Alter Bridge is doing a show in a couple of weeks with Seven Dust at Jacob's Pavilion. So we'll do all those next week. What else? Guardians are back tonight. They're in Texas. They're not back home until next week. They'll play the Rangers. They'll head to Pittsburgh to play the Pirates. And then they'll come back and host the Phillies 1 week from today. But you'll hear all of it tonight. It's an 8:05 start against the Rangers on MMS. And what else? I've got some Kids Corner here for you.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
You know, our own Bill Squire is an Los Angeles Chargers fan.
Yes.
And what do they say? They bolt it down.
No, bolt up.
Bolt up.
Bolt up.
Phillip Rivers, who used to be the Chargers quarterback, he and his wife are welcoming their 10th child.
They almost have a full team.
It's
21 years apart. The oldest in the movie.
God. Enough. What are you running, a quiverful family there?
I mean, when you got money like him and you,
do you have a lot of money?
It in, yeah, I mean, he played in the NFL for like 14, 15 seasons and probably made $100 million over that time. So.
That's a guy who does not, when you have that many kids and you are working that hard at what you do for a living, it's not like this guy was home all the time, right? Mm-hmm. He's always practicing. What do they say in professional sports? There's no off season. You know, you might take the family on a vacation or something, but it's basically your wife doing all the work. And she's acquiesced to this. Takes two to tango. He retired a year before last. He played 17 seasons. He's now a high school football coach at St. Michael Catholic in Fairhope, Alabama. And he made a big announcement that they're expecting a boy this fall.
Well, congrats.
Like Bill said, their other 9 kids range in age from 4 to 21. He said, we've pretty much had one every 2 years.
That poor woman.
But again,
all natural births?
Well, they didn't get that specific in the article. What's the state of your wife's vagina?
Is it a gaping hole or what?
Could we maybe ease off the throttle there a little bit?
Sorry.
Hey, do you have to strap a 2x4 to your ass so you don't fall in, Phil?
I got excited.
It's like that when you guys are going at it.
On top of a volcano?
Hey, man, like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. Is it one of those situations?
Love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
No one wants to touch my vagina.
They currently have 7 girls and 2 boys. They were pulling for another boy, and now they have one. His oldest son will be the starting quarterback for St. Michael this season. No pressure. His oldest son, Gunner. His mom comes from a family of 9 children, and her father, his wife's father, comes from a family of 9 also. Why not just stop the cycle? Why? I mean, we thought we would be a 3rd generation of 9, he says, but we decided to go double digits. Well, there you go. That's
9 times.
very exciting for them. He said, actually, we didn't decide it. God decided.
God decided it.
Yeah. You know how God
Why don't
hates
you
birth
take
control?
credit for how good you are at getting your wife pregnant?
Sexing.
Yeah. Don't say it was God that made you good at having sex. It's you, Philip.
Yeah, quit. What are you afraid of? Why do you feel so guilty about
So if
knocking
you
up your
are,
wife?
if you are a family who says we'll leave it in God's hands, that means
leave it in God's hands and your wife's vagina.
Right. But that means that you just, and now obviously this is a situation where they're very wealthy. So it's not a monetary thing. There are plenty of families that do this. The Lord will provide. But they have a pot to piss in, nothing. But they just keep. So is the belief that, well, if we don't want to have more kids, we just stop having sex because they're anti-birth control? Is that what it is? Or until my wife hits menopause, she'll just be
keep
a
going,
baby
yeah.
factory. Is that what it is?
I think
have
so.
no
That's the thought?
Well, I mean, in my religion, like being Pentecostal, you weren't supposed to use birth control.
Right.
It wasn't as crazy, but everyone had like 5 kids, like
Right.
6 kids. So it was more pull and pray, not in the sense you hope she doesn't get pregnant.
Oh, pull and pray. Okay.
Pull and pray in the sense of, like you said, God will provide. If we're meant to get pregnant, we'll get pregnant, and he wouldn't give us anything we can't handle.
But that's also what makes people who can't get pregnant pissed off.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, so God just doesn't think, I want a kid over here. You guys are cranking them out like Lucy and Ethel on the candy line, and I Love Lucy. Nice contemporary reference for the audience.
Killing it. Young and spry. Keep going.
Hip and with it, Mary. Yeah, that's pretty wild. 10 kids. Also, remember that millionaire who was injecting himself with his son's blood because he was desperate to stay young? You want to talk about young and spry. This millionaire tech mogul, Brian Johnson. This was the guy who was making a big deal about the fact that he was getting granular data on every function of his body. He was eating exactly. He had a daily routine of everything, right? He had hired a company to monitor his biomechanics and all this stuff. Fancied himself the biohacker. And he was injecting himself with his teenage son's blood. This sounds like what Fox News people are always accusing liberals of doing. I guess this is perfectly fine. Like, they're draining babies of their blood so that they can. This guy was trying to reverse the aging process by injecting himself with his son's blood. For a guy that smart, that sounds like a very kind of juvenile understanding of how blood. Anyway, he said none of this works. He's 45 years old. He spent millions of dollars trying to reverse his age. And he had a daily routine overseen by a team of 30 doctors that he paid for and hired. And he has finally said none of this is doing anything. He said that he turned his biological clock back a number of years. He's 45, and he looks 44 and a half.
Yeah, but he
Good for
feels
him.
20.
What's that?
Said, but he feels 20.
Maybe.
Could you imagine being one of the doctors that he hires? Like, you graduate medical school, you work your ass off, you're like, I can't wait to have my own practice, and then this guy calls you, and your family's like, what gig did you land in? And you're like, I gotta watch this guy drink blood. And I gotta tell him.
Well, he's not drinking it. He said,
I gotta tell him that it's not gonna work. And he doesn't
No,
believe me.
I bet if you're one of those doctors, it's probably very interesting because you get to get. Well, yeah, because no, but he's funding. It's like, listen, any research person needs funding, and these people, he probably got people who wanted to study this. So you're not going to get like a GP or a pediatrician or something. He probably got a wide array of doctors, but all of whom could use him as a case study. Does this work? Because listen, the person who discovers anything having to do with either stopping aging or essentially reversing it, they're going to be a trillionaire. So this guy's like, hey, study me and we'll do this and I'll pay for it. If I were one of those doctors, I would probably think that was pretty cool. But he was having constant tests done on himself. They were measuring his lungs and his erections and blah, blah, blah. One of these guys who's desperate to not get older. And he doesn't look that different. And he spent a lot of money on it. He said, my left ear is 64. My fitness tests say I'm 18. My heart is 37, and my diaphragm strength is 18. So he was bragging that he had already turned his biological clock back. And that could be very true. But there are people who don't spend millions of dollars and just kind of take care of themselves. And a doctor will go, yeah, your biological age is a few years younger than you. That's good. That's good news. I think this guy thought that he would. I feel bad for his son, who's 18. And he's like, Dad, could I just be 18 and you be 45? Could we just do that?
What was that movie, that My Sister's Keeper, where they made a second baby because their first kid had leukemia? So they essentially created this baby from stem cells or something. So
it was like a Cameron Diaz movie.
Yeah,
or something,
and then she like grows up and she sues her parents, where she's like, I'm tired of donating my body parts to my sister.
Yes.
Like, I want to be myself.
Right.
But this is like the real life thing that he was like, dude, I gotta quit giving you my blood.
Yes.
Like, you have to stop.
I'm not your organ farm for
Right.
or whatever. Yeah. Just because you are terrified of getting older.
I think Alec Baldwin might be her lawyer in that. My Sister's Keeper.
My Sister's Keeper.
Yeah, but it was like the late 90s maybe, or the early 2000s when that movie came out, so this was all like cutting edge.
She's been retired for a minute too, so.
The little girl?
No, Cameron Diaz.
Oh.
She married the Good Charlotte dude and retired. So this guy was like, I'm always teasing my son. I say, when I grow younger, I want to be like you. Okay. But it seems like, it's like vampire type stuff. He said that he was trying the process with his son and his father, who was 70. And so, but I mean, again, the guy, yes, he's in really good shape. If you had a team of 30 doctors on you, you would too. But he said that he was ending the whole process because there was no benefit to injecting himself with his son's blood.
Took him forever to get there.
Yeah.
Like when people were telling him in the first place, like, hey, this doesn't do anything. He's like, no, it feels good.
A biochemist in Los Angeles who was quoted said, we have not learned enough to suggest that this is viable human treatment for anything. It seems gross. It's completely free of evidence and probably very dangerous. So this guy's team of 30 doctors, nobody told him that because he was funding the whole thing. So they're not going to tell him, bro, this is not going to do what you think it's going to do.
Knock it off.
Knock it off. Stop drawing blood from your son. And then finally, a complete 180 here in Kids Corner is the dad who lost his 11-year-old son only to find out that somebody, this is a wild story. A dad, his son Gannon Stouch. Al Stouch is the dad. Gannon was only 11 years old when he was stabbed and shot to death by his stepmother. Okay? Not even the mom, just the woman that the guy was married to killed his son. And found out that a YouTuber had obtained the autopsy photos and was charging people to view them online.
Dude, this is like that episode of Black Mirror I watched.
Oh.
Yeah.
Of that Curiosity, the Black Museum or whatever.
Yeah. By the way, Black Mirror calls it again with this whole like SAG-AFTRA AI thing. It's like Jonah's Awful.
Yeah.
They figured it out. So Al Stouch finds out that this YouTuber, all they had to do was file a Freedom of Information Act request because it was technically a matter of public record because the autopsy photos had been shown at the trial for the woman. And so a person running an account on YouTube was charging her followers $3 to view them. You know, we were talking yesterday about how, or the day before, about you said if people want to see, we played a clip of Mary working out some new material, and Bill was taking her to task because you said you had a real problem with people posting photos of them with their dead relatives on social media.
Yes, posting a dead body.
Dead body. And that who the hell wants to look at this stuff? This person was charging people $3 a pop to see them.
That's what yeah, people are weird,
See,
dude.
people, yeah.
They're into it.
People like stuff. So just because you don't like it, let them post their dead bodies.
Why do we need to go have a freedom of information request and pay for this kind of information and then dishonor my son by putting these photos out there like that? I mean, the world got to see it. I don't know how well you followed it, but the only day I chose not to come to the trial was the day that they showed the autopsy photos. Now I feel like I can't even go on YouTube without the possibility of accidentally coming across these photos.
Yeah, that's the dad who's trying to find some recourse to, but he's not sure there's anything he can do.
Well, he's also not going to accidentally come across it. He has to pay $3 for it, right? It's behind a paywall.
Yeah, but somebody could buy them and post them somewhere else.
I guess, yeah.
Maybe it's an NFT. They said that the images of his son's body were so graphic that parts of them were blocked at the stepmother's murder trial. And that was what he's talking about there, that he didn't go in because he knew that those photos were going to be there. But I didn't even think that was I guess I never thought of something like that as being available to the public, where you could just file an FOIA application and they go, yeah, here you go.
Only if it was used at the trial.
Right.
If it wasn't used at the trial and it was just police evidence.
That's what I mean,
yeah.
right. But I guess I never think of that as being part of the public record and available to people. You think of those requests for like documents and things like that. But this person, entrepreneur that they are, I didn't see.
How much has she made?
I don't know about that. This person is a true crime YouTuber. And it is true crime. Again, I don't know. That's a whole other level of somebody's like, hey, here's somebody's dead kid. I'm going to charge. I have no connection to this person, but I'm going to charge you to look at it. You kind of turn the whole thing into a sideshow. So obviously the story gets out and they pull the girl from like all of the platforms and whatever, because it pretty much violates the terms of service, I would imagine. Letitia Stotch was the stepmother. She stabbed him 18 times while he tried to fight her off before she hit him in the head and then shot him. She then put him in a suitcase and drove to Florida to dump it over a bridge. And so obviously the dad is like, yeah, I didn't, this is not anything that I want a part of. But listen, just one more thing to worry about. And we all need those. Here's one thing you don't have to worry about. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Yeah.
That's how we get the weekend going around these parts.
The Mary Santora at Hilarities edition.
Oh, God. You're going to dedicate it to me so I have to stay for it?
Mm-hmm.
Annoying.
I got to tell you, I took a little bit of umbrage. Sure, he's a colleague. He's a valued pal. But our own Chocolate Charlie out there at Rookies in Parma, I heard one of the promos or somebody talking about how Charlie was going to get the weekend going.
What the hell?
At Rookies. And I'm like, I'm sorry?
Go crazy.
Are you in a different time zone? The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is less than an hour away. That is how the weekend gets started around these parts. So take that. I do have another $1,000 for you, though, on the way at 5:30, so listen for that. Still plenty of chances to grab some of that money from the Buzzard bookie.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival. Can you believe?
Take on your next challenge. Enjoy every drive like it's an amusement park ride. When you drive the #1 mass market brand in dependability, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Whether it's in the Kia Sportage with available all-wheel drive, the powerful K5 with available 290 horsepower, the Sporty Forte, or the dynamic and spacious Sorento. Visit your local Kia dealer today to see what you're capable of behind the wheel of the #1 most dependable mass market brand 3 years in a row by J.D. Power. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. No system, no matter how advanced, can compensate for all driver error and or driving conditions. Always drive safely. Kia received the fewest reported problems among mass market brands in the J.D. Power 2021 to 2023 U.S. Vehicle Dependability Studies. 2023 study based on 2020 models. See jdpower.com/awards for 2023 details.
Experience elegant urban living in Cleveland with Residences at 55. With easy freeway access, Residences at 55 on Public Square offers refined and modern apartments nestled in the heart of our pet-friendly community. And Chef Rocco Whalen's Fahrenheit is attached right next door. Plus shopping, dining, entertainment, and all that downtown Cleveland has to offer just a short walk away. Discover more at residencesat55.com. Residences at 55. Reflective sophistication, uncompromising convenience. Suites available now. Move in today.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $489 a month for 36 months with $3,037 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution to lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/31.
Hey, it's Alan Cox. Save time and help a great cause with Cars for Kids. Donate any car, running or not. You get fast, free towing, a tax-deductible receipt, and a free hotel stay. Donate now at carsforkids.org. And remember, Cars with a K.
You can't put a price on better vision, but if you could, how about $4.50?
Order up!
I'm serious. For the price of a latte a day, you could get LASIK at the LASIK Vision Institute. The LASIK Vision Institute has performed over 1.3 million LASIK procedures, and we always have great deals to make LASIK affordable for everyone. LASIK only takes minutes, with most patients returning to normal activities the next day. So if you want to see better, a latte better, schedule your free consultation at the LASIK Vision Institute.
The LASIK Vision Institute is offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in July. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. So book your free consultation with the experts in LASIK and visit GetLVILASIK.com now. That's GetLVILASIK.com. Amazing vision, amazing price. Cost of LASIK compared to a daily $4.50 latte over 3 years. Must mention this promotion to be treated in July of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off for both eyes on standard Wavelight price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offers. See details at GetLVILASIK.com.
The Brew Kettle's White Raja IPA is packed with the tropical grapefruit flavors of citrus hops and a light enough body to enjoy all summer long. Carefully crafted with West Coast hops and Midwest pride. Available at participating True North locations.
Diamonds Direct's Midsummer Savings Event is happening right now with an extra 20% savings, an expanded selection, and in-store designer appearances. Take an extraordinary 20% off Diamonds Direct's already unbeatable prices on rings, earrings, bracelets, bands, colored gemstone jewelry, and thousands of engagement ring mountings. Meet the designers who've flown in with all new collections for the summer. The best savings, the best selection, the best value. Don't miss this once-a-year jewelry shopping event. Even open this Sunday. Details, showroom hours, directions, and more at diamondsdirect.com.
Tonight at 7:30.
Let's see it. It's deep. He won't get it. And the Guardians
Jose
win it.
Ramirez and the Guardians are in the Lone Star State to take on the Western Division leading Texas Rangers. Coverage begins with Guardians Live on Bally Sports Great Lakes and the Bally Sports app.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $489 a month for 36 months with $3,037 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution to lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/31.
Welcome to the Unlit Life. It's this place where you feel free, like enjoying a low-key get-together with friends instead of a wild night on the town style of free, when you can enjoy a moment with Blue Vapor just because.
lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival, yeah!
All of the best free curated playlists.
The best bands.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
The stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Sometimes you just want to hear some talking heads. And when you have your own show, you do whatever you want to do. Is this a party? Is this a disco? Is this a fooling around? All right, well, there you go. Hey, Guardians are playing tonight. They are back after the All-Star break. They're in Texas, going to play Sammy Sosa, the Rangers. Who plays for the Rangers now?
I don't even know.
Texas Rangers. Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan and
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Sure, why not? Who cares?
A-Rod and the Rangers. I don't know who plays for him now. Rafael Palmeiro. He sounds retired.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's probably retired.
He's probably retired.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know who the current guys are. Although, like in Google, are the Texas Rangers still a thing? Yeah, they are. They are still a thing, yeah.
Should have somebody that we know. But
Martin Perez, Adrian Beltre. I don't recognize any of these guys. Give me one name I know. Nope. Jacob deGrom. That's the name I know. Jacob deGrom, pitcher. Yep. Heard about Detroit? Heard about Pittsburgh, PA? Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can always leave us talkback messages there.
Hey guys, how you doing? Sean from Strongsville. I have a serious question for all of you, if you have a theory. Why do you think none of the major tours and bands come through Cleveland anymore? Seems like they go to Detroit, they go to Pittsburgh, and even Columbus, but won't come to Cleveland. Why is that exactly? Bye.
Is that I wouldn't.
I mean, the Eagles are a huge tour. Bruce Springsteen just came through. I think there's huge tours that come through. Kiss is coming.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that.
Santora's at Hilarities.
Amen.
Like, there's all these major tours. But I think
Eagles aren't playing Pittsburgh. People in Pittsburgh are going to have to come to Cleveland. You know,
I think they're scheduling with venues that people don't realize.
It's scheduling with venues, and quite literally, it's bands will go, how do we sell in that market?
Yeah.
Right. If Clevelanders aren't spending money.
Right. Or are people buying our albums? Do they download? You know, they have all these data points they can look at now. And also, every city you live in, there's a complaint that the good shows go to another city. Yep. Like when I was in Pittsburgh, it felt like every tour came to Cleveland and not Pittsburgh. So that was the complaint that we had then. But people who want to see that Eagles Steely Dan tour in Pittsburgh, they're going to have to come to Cleveland.
Yep.
Or go to Detroit.
Now, there's certain tours where Taylor Swift, she could have done as many shows as she wanted in any city.
Right.
Like she could have come to Cleveland. She could have done Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit, Columbus, Cincinnati. But for her, why travel when people are going to come to you?
Right.
Why
add stops?
If you're going to do 3, especially when you have a production that big, you don't want to. It costs more money to go to another city rather than just say, all right, we're going to do 2 shows or 2 nights here in Pittsburgh or 2 nights in Cincinnati or whatever it is.
Now, for some markets, for smaller bands, we're talking about huge tours here, but I think there is a real concern that like mid-size venues are kind of going away. You either have the arena or you have little clubs. But a lot of bands, they're in the middle. And so there's a lot of bands that get routed away from certain cities just because they don't
Jimmy
have.
Eat World.
What happened to them?
Well, they got a song in the middle.
Like Jimmy Eat World. Exactly. A lot of markets don't have a lot of great mid-sized venues. Cleveland's kind of lucky because there's the Agora, there's a Masonic, there's House of Blues. Theoretically, there's going to be that Mayhalls thing, the Roxy.
Yeah.
But I'll believe that when I see it. But yeah, I mean,
I'll see that when I believe it.
That's what we've been trying to tell you the whole time.
Yeah.
You'll see it once you start believing, boys.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, all right.
It's like how Santa's sleigh flies. You got to believe.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
Yeah, like that Dumby said.
Alan, my niece, where is that? We were talking about the guy whose dead son's autopsy photos were being sold online. My wife's niece took pictures of her miscarriage. You know what, though? I think when somebody loses a child like that, it might seem strange to people, but that's like such an intense thing that I don't know now again, I don't know what you do with them. I don't know what you do with them.
Well, that's like, what's her name?
You're not going to get them in 8x10 glossy. You're probably just going to.
That one chick had a stillbirth and posted the pictures. And
Chrissy Teigen?
Yeah, a bunch of people came. I almost said
She
it
did
again.
it again. Let's get in the Wayback Machine.
A bunch of people came all over me. I don't know why that's where my head goes. It makes sense.
You're talking about
I do.
A bunch of people came for her for those
People
pictures.
came all over me.
But I feel like in those moments, you're probably so emotional to lose a child,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's much different than what I was talking about, which was a 95-year-old grandmother. You probably don't have the same visceral reaction to losing a grandparent as you do a baby.
Right.
People
are getting their dander up.
Oh, not their dander.
No, everybody's.
They're dander and they're burglar or whatever.
Yeah.
Burgeland.
Everybody's getting their hackles up.
Burgholes.
Up there in Traverse City, Michigan, which, there's a lot of old hippies up there, but there's a lot of just standard old people up there too. And now that the Traverse City Film Festival isn't a thing anymore, I think Michael Moore said he's done doing that. And that was a huge, huge draw for a long time for people. There's a woman who is getting a lot of negative attention. She's a salon owner who has made it very, very clear that she will not serve transgender clients. And people are giving her a really hard time. Local politicians, companies that make hair care products.
So wait, she won't cut people's hair based on if they're transgender? Like what? Why does she care?
She posted on Facebook. She has since taken it down.
Oh.
But she posted on Facebook that she would no longer cater to clients who identify as anything other than a man or a woman, saying, oddly, seek services at a local pet groomer.
Oh, that's really disrespectful.
So they're fine with some groomers. You are not welcome at this salon, period. And, of course, everybody flipped out. She said, I have no issues with the LGB. It's the TQ plus that I'm not going to support. The stance was taken to ensure that clients have the best experience, and I am admitting that since I am not willing to play the pronoun game or cater to requests outside of what I perceive as normal. And, of course, everybody flipped out. But it's her business, and you're going to go out of business if that's the way you're going to go. Because it's a very myopic view that these people have. They think, hey, the only people who get upset are going to be transgender people, and they're trying to make this super lame point. But you're on the wrong side of it, and it is your business, and you can do whatever you want to do. She refers to herself as a private conservative business owner that doesn't cater to woke ideologies. Blah, blah, blah. Insert buzzword here. That's fine. But you are going to go out of business because there are going to be enough people that just don't want to be associated with it.
What's always crazy to me is these are always people that tend to be Christian and say, they follow Christ.
Well, they're into the Old Testament. They're
But
not
even
into
the
New
Old
Testament.
Testament is love thy neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say anything about like.
But they're way more into the smiting God than Jesus.
Well, but that's the thing is they call themselves Christians and then they are the least loving people I've ever seen. They're so discriminatory, and Jesus' whole thing is, hey, we don't do that. We just love.
This was hot on the heels of this.
No bitches. No
No,
money.
just
Just love.
My father was Jesus, actually.
Oh, boy.
My eternal father.
We call him Fat Jesus.
Fat Jesus.
You know what? He would have survived the crucifixion because it would have broke.
Mm-hmm. Was
No bitches. No bitches. No money. No money. No money. No bitches.
greatest generation of music.
No bitches. No money.
Greatest generation of music, because he would just use his little shoulders and dance, and he'd go, see, Mary?
No bitches. No money.
It's just love. Every time.
Now, we don't have bitches here, but we do have money. We have $1,000. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I'm a sucker for the local police blotter. I'm on record. Middleburg Heights arrested a couple who had had too much to drink at a wedding. About 11 o'clock at night, they came back from a wedding. And the car had been weaving all over the road on 71. And they weren't maintaining a consistent speed, so there was a witness who saw the car pull into a speedway. And so they call the cops, and the cops show up. Driver is passed out behind the wheel, and the female riding shotgun is trying to wake him up.
Oh, my God.
And she does, and he's all confused. And he gets out of the car, and they're like, obviously, he smells like a brewery, and his pants zipper was undone. And he said that he and his girlfriend were both drunk because of a wedding they attended. She said she told him to pull over, and then he told the cop that he wasn't the one driving. So he's trying to throw the girlfriend under the bus because they're both out of the car, and she's getting increasingly pissed off.
Yeah.
Saying, I'm not going to take the blame for this. He said that he had had 4 beers in 6 hours. The cop asked if he had had anything to drink before the wedding. He said he had about 15 drinks before the wedding. You're bearing the lead, homie. And cops found an opened 10-pack of beer in the car with only 1 remaining. Simply no way to know how many he had. He wouldn't blow. He wouldn't do the field sobriety, whatever, so they pick him up.
Neither would she.
Yeah. The girlfriend did not want to ride with him due to his trying to blame her for the situation. She waited for a sober relative to pick her up.
He's going to lose his license and his girlfriend.
At the Speedway. Those are convenience stores, aren't they? You can pull over when you've had too much bubbly at a wedding. But 15, Your Honor, it was a 6-hour service. I only had 4 drinks. I'm well within my rights. Did you pregame at all before the wedding? I only had 15 drinks.
Half a bottle of Maker's Mark, so what?
I only had 15 drinks at the wedding. It's going to be fine. I saw is Logan Paul the boxer?
They both box.
They both box.
They both be boxing.
These are the dudes from Westlake?
Yeah.
Because Logan Paul got engaged to some model he'd been dating, but the FDA and the FTC are looking into his energy drink.
For what?
It has the caffeine of 6 Cokes.
Cocaine's?
Coca-Cola.
Oh.
6 cocaines is what the drink
How
is
much-
called. Logan Paul's 6 cocaines. Cocaine.
How many milligrams? Does it say?
Okay, Coca-Cola is only 39 milligrams.
His drink is called Prime Energy Drink. You might have already had this. It's on the shelves. Founded by Logan Paul, and it's earned. Apparently, kids are into it or something, or I don't know. So,
Of course, that's like his whole market.
right.
Is.
The hottest status symbol of the summer for kids is not an outfit or a toy. It's a beverage called Prime from Logan Paul. Launched last year, blew up, advertising itself as zero sugar and vegan. Buy some of these for Brian.
But
200 milligrams per 12 ounces.
that's nothing. Celsius has like 450, doesn't it?
Well, that's
I
a
don't know,
lot.
but like,
They said this
but
is
if
like
it's for like if kids are drinking it, that's
yeah, it's like
too much
2
for a
Red Bulls
kid.
or
Yeah.
6 Coca-Colas is what this says.
Yeah. Oh, guess Celsius is only 200 milligrams.
That's what this is. That's a lot.
Red Bull came out when I was like 11 or 12. And I remember going to the gas station for the first time and not knowing really what it was, if it was alcohol, if we were allowed to buy it. And we bought it and obviously went insane. And I've literally been drinking Red Bull for 20 years now. But that was only I think there's only 80 milligrams of caffeine in a Red Bull. But they can't, what I'm saying is they can't not sell it to kids, right? They can't put an age restriction on something that isn't alcohol.
No, but that's why the FDA wants to look into it, because you can restrict kids from drinking something if it's, I think, going to jack them up or if
Mood
they,
altering or something?
something like that.
Well, then you wouldn't be able to give them sugar. Cotton candy jacks kids up worse than any Coca-Cola.
Well, that's right, but it's still everything that has sugar in it or caffeine has a different level per. A cotton candy is not going to jack a kid up as much as 2 Red Bulls would.
No, not 2 Red Bulls.
Well, that's what they're saying about this, that these cans are the equivalent of 2 Red Bulls. See, I still love Red Bull. And a lot of people go, oh, it's too sweet, it's whatever. Red Bull and tequila has been my party drink for friggin' 20 years, but it has no effect on me. That's why I like it. But I have to remind myself, I go, this can't be good. This can't be good for me. It still is what it is, even if I don't feel, I'm not getting palpitations from it.
Right.
But it still is what it is.
I think about that all the time.
I'm like, I got to stop doing this, It's not like
even-
I drink it all the time, but if I'm out and having fun, because I've got my dinner drink, right?
Right.
I've got my pool.
Gin and tonic.
That's right. Got my pool drink.
Chlorine.
and
aspartame.
That's right. Thank you. And then my party drink, which has always been
tequila and Red Bull.
Tequila and Red Bull.
What's your pool drink for real, though?
Charo Negro.
Oh,
tequila and Coke.
I should know.
It's okay. There's no quiz.
I know that. Why can't I remember it?
And Mary doesn't have any drinks anymore.
No.
Nope.
She has
My
caffeines and
hard drink.
fake ones.
She has the caffeines.
I know, and that's when I just
The
said
cocaine's.
I've been drinking Red Bull for 20 years. I'm like, man, my dad always used to say, he's like, this stuff's poison. You never know. There's going to be studies 20 years from now. It's going to give you heart attacks.
Well, it's like now they're like aspartame probably causes cancer.
Dude.
20 years ago, my mom, I was texting my mom. I said, that was kind of funny. I said, remember when we were kids and they rolled out NutraSweet, artificial sweeteners, they were mailing gumballs to people. And my mom was like, yeah, give this 20 years and they're going to find out it's causing cancer or whatever. And invariably it will. If you study anything for a couple of decades, they're going to go, yeah, there's some problems with this because it's synthetic.
Artificial sweeteners, like aspartame, has always given my mom really, really bad headaches. And my sister started getting them.
What about gas?
A few years ago. No, just really bad headaches. And I don't have a lot of like unnatural sweetener like that. But whenever I have like a Diet Coke or something that I know has aspartame in it, I've been getting headaches lately. And I'm like, is this actually something that can be genetic? It's not really an allergy, right? It's more of like a reaction.
I don't know. Genetic headaches.
Like, no, it's like a reaction to the aspartame.
Oh.
You get what I'm saying?
I do.
Like celiac disease, is that the same thing? Whereas like your dad couldn't have gluten and you can't have gluten.
Well, I think you're more prone to it if there's genetics involved, but I don't know if it's like gonna happen. I don't know. Will Mary's sister be giving Prime to her baby?
What? Oh, no. Just
Pepper.
Dr.
No,
Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
Come on,
Prime's
guys.
not for babies.
No,
Dr. Pepper's
Dr.
for
Pepper's
babies.
for babies. We had a whole 24-pack of it at our 4th of July barbecue. I had 3 of them.
Wow.
It's delicious. I love Dr. Pepper so much.
Yeah, back in the 90s, it was Jolt and Surge. And
Oh, yeah.
Again, those were
Josta.
colas.
Josta was the best.
Yeah.
Josta was a cherry cola.
Yep.
I had a Josta shirt because they came and did like a promotion at the Brea Pool, like how they had the Red Bull girls. They had the Josta
I wonder
girls.
if that was my friend's brother that was there. Because, like, he worked for Josta. He was, like, 18 at the time.
Probably.
And just rode around in the truck and, like, would hand
Yeah,
out
and they
warm Josta.
Yes,
Oh,
that's
God.
exactly what it was.
Hot
Dude,
Josta.
they didn't have it in a cooler or anything.
Right.
That's exactly where the story was going, was that these Josta guys came to the Brea Pool and they were handing out warm soda and T-shirts.
Why would they hand out warm drinks?
Dude,
at a-
people were drinking them. People were like, hell yeah.
Because it was free.
Yeah. I remember I had that Josta shirt, but it was just like the really thin red cougar looking thing. I wore
The
that
panther?
shirt. Yeah,
Yeah.
the panther. I wore that shirt all the time, but I got it on that same day that they came up to the pool.
But why wouldn't they have them in coolers of
I
ice?
have no
I
idea.
don't know. I don't think it was
Wow.
a really well thought out.
That
I
thing
mean,
was only
Josta's not
for like a
around anymore.
year.
Yeah.
They're just whipping
Yeah.
hot cans of
Yeah.
pop
People
at
were
people's
like,
heads.
hell yeah.
Hot pop.
Wow.
That's some hot pop.
Pop. Gross.
Get your hot pop.
Oh, it's anything
Hot
worse than
cherry
hot pop.
Dude, warm soda is really like the way that it fizzes in your mouth.
It's
It
so
just like
gross.
fills the whole thing.
Like, it's reverse thirst quencher.
Yeah,
Like, it makes you
makes you
more
thirstier.
thirsty.
Wow. Alan, the government shouldn't be governing what parents give kids. No, theoretically, I agree with you, but those same parents then sue the company. So how do you want it? Those parents, you're right. They should be keeping an eye on what they're doing, but a lot of them don't.
And also,
then they sue the company or they complain to somebody.
If the kids are buying it from a store without their parents'
Right. That's
permission,
what we were doing with Red Bull.
Right. You're not
You give
around
me $5.
300.
I'm going to go get a Gatorade. No, I'm getting a Red Bull and a bag of chips. You know?
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is mere minutes away from you. It's how we get the weekend going around these parts. And it's coming up. If you want to text for something, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
All right, so you sought out a man to join you and your wife, but then the guy, he more wanted to get involved with you.
Yeah.
98.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Trying to get your hands on one of those last few keys. Might fire up the Buzzard bike. We're giving away that custom Harley, courtesy of Budweiser and MMS. Going to give it away next weekend. I shall be your host for that. Charlie is posted up at Rookie's Sports Bar in Parma until 7. Right there on Pearl Road, right near the Ridge-Pearl intersection. I don't know how many he has left, but he'll be there until 7 o'clock. So however he's doling them out, you'll want to bug him about that. Bill Squire Friday Get Down is minutes away, too. That's how we start the weekend around these parts. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it if you're out of state.
And how you do it.
And how you do it.
From the front, from the back,
and
we want to know.
Always front to back.
Trying to be Petey Pablo right now. Do you want it on the floor? Do you want it on the chair?
I think it's hilarious that you think I know Petey Pablo songs.
I guess that's true. That's a freak-a-leak.
Yeah, right? You remember Petey
Keisha,
Pablo? Yeah.
Zora.
Freak-a-Leak is like a 20-year-old song. That was like the one big hit he had, right?
Yeah, I just don't know a lot of the hip-hop.
That's a good one.
All
That's a
right.
good one.
People
That's still on my dancing playlist.
It was a club banger.
Yeah.
When I used to do club gigs all the time, Freak-a-Leak was like, that's when...
Not much of a club guy.
Remember when crunk was a thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gets crunk.
Big crunk
Crunk
hit.
was drinking alcohol out of a gas can?
No.
No, it was...
Was that what that was?
Yeah, sure. Just let him say it.
I feel like that was like a thing that I saw like an MTV
I've
Music
never
Awards or something.
ever heard that.
Someone was drinking alcohol.
Probably. Yeah, it was probably somebody on Cribs or, But Petey Pablo back in the day was trying to make it happen.
Did he?
Yeah, well, I mean, he
good.
had a big hit. He was in prison for a while, and then when he got out, he hooked up with Busta Rhymes.
He also had that take your shirt off, twist it around your head, spin it like a helicopter.
Oh, that was
Okay, I know
him,
that
Petey
one,
Pablo?
actually.
Wasn't it?
No, I didn't think so.
I thought it was.
I thought the helicopter song was somebody else. Well, anyway.
North Carolina. No, yeah, Raise Up. That's Petey Pablo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's from North Carolina, so that makes sense.
But there was the North Carolina version, and then there was the other version where he did a bunch of different cities.
I see. Well, we have bureau chiefs in Scottsdale, Arizona, where they have recently outlawed grass on new home construction out there. Like, yeah, I don't know why anybody, you spend time in Arizona. Does Brian's parents, do they have a rock yard?
It's all rocks.
It's all rocks,
You don't
yeah.
see any grass
Yeah, you
anywhere
don't
down
have
there.
to mow the lawn. I mean, but people who spend a lot of money, even though the water's going away out there, people who spend a lot of money on new construction, they still want that lush lawn. When we were in Sedona, there'd be new golf courses going up near these $3 million condos with the just bright green lawn getting soaked. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Well, that's like when the first time I went down there, I hadn't spent a lot of time in Arizona at all, let alone in like neighborhoods.
Right.
And the rock yards threw me off. And he was like, well, that's kind of how you can tell like wealthy people, like wealthy people in Arizona have actual real grass.
Lawns, yeah. Right. But I thought we saw a bunch of rock lawns when we were out there. When,
rock lawns are normal.
Yeah. Oh, you meant you'd never seen. I see.
When I went with you guys in 2018, or 2017, I had just called off a wedding.
Yeah.
I was living in my divorce apartment, and I was blacked out the whole time we were there. Erica offered me a ticket like 2 days before.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll do anything.
Well, you were
I don't
nice
care.
enough to buy me a drink. I mean,
I did. I called off work for a week. I just didn't go to work for 4 days or 5 days, however long we were gone.
I'm just not coming in. How you like that?
I'm going to meet a baseball player, baby, my husband. You do a bartender shot.
Yeah. I'm going to meet a baseball player. Lil Jon would drink his crunk juice out of a gas can.
There we go. I knew somebody was doing it.
All right. Petey Pablo was on Sierra's first song called Goodies.
Not goodies.
Stephen
not,
Kent
not
with a
goodies.
deep dive there. All right. Yeah.
See, this is a time when I need Cody here.
I know, of all the days for him to be gone.
He knows about Petey Pablo.
Yeah. He would be able to do a deep dive on Petey Pablo. Now, do you think that his family still calls him Peter Pablo? Or do you think that's even his real name?
Man, I got annoyed today. Someone called.
Today?
Because somebody called, and I don't usually answer numbers, but it's a 216 number, so I don't usually answer it, but I'm like, 216, it might be something about Irish Fest this weekend.
Yep.
I'm going to be there Saturday, 9 p.m., Sunday, 7 p.m.
But it was somebody spoofing the phone number, wasn't it?
It was somebody spoofing it, and they go, "Hey, Will." And I go, "Nope." I go, "Why would you call me Will?" And hung up.
Well, maybe that was random, though. Maybe they weren't trying to get you. Maybe they were trying to get somebody.
His name is William.
My name's William. So they thought they were being folksy, and they're like, "Oh, he probably goes by Will." But I'm like, "Nope. Why would you call me Will? If you call me William, I'm like, okay, well, you're going to get a little bit of a longer leash because you're being professional. If you're just assuming I go by Will, I don't like that."
But did they?
You're gone.
Okay, so it was a business that assumed that had your name as William somewhere.
Yes, that's what I'm guessing.
I see. Not just pure coincidence. They were looking for someone named Will.
Yeah.
Petey Pablo is Moses Barrett III.
Well, when I
Why'd you go
looked
by
up,
that?
when I looked up "Raise Up," the name of that song, "Twist Around Your Head Like a Helicopter," someone typed in, "What happened to Petey Pablo?" Peddie Petty Pablo.
Petty Pablo.
Petty Pablo.
Oh, God.
He got arrested, I bet.
People are morons.
Petty Pablo did.
Why not go by MOBA 3? Petey Pablo. Well, maybe Busta Rhymes gave him the name. Who knows?
Yeah, I think those are the only two songs I know by him, are Freak a Leak and Raise Up. I probably know more.
All right. Now, Freak-a-Leak sounds like it might be vegetarian in nature.
No.
No?
You're freaking a leak? Oh, come on, see me vibrate. Oh, God.
Ruda, big
Yeah, right. The leeks are delicious.
In the right.
Huh?
With the right preparation.
Well, anything is no good if you don't prepare it properly. But you get some, like a potato and leek soup. Oh.
Alan, stop.
What?
Stop being the way that you are.
Isn't that good?
No.
You've never had potato and leek soup?
I'm not 100.
It
No one's
doesn't
eating
matter.
Potato and leek soup.
I'm not saying it's a regular thing, but you have had it.
I have not.
It's a good. I don't like creamy soups, but
Neither
that's
do
a,
I.
That's a good one. Potato and leek. What's the matter with that? You know, so last night.
Oh, here we go.
No, last night my daughter was having her first ever sleepover, right? Bill's niece is in town, so Eliza's over. They're downstairs playing Minecraft and giggling and doing whatever. Gwen and I are upstairs, and we are talking and having a conversation, talking about our day. And she's drinking a smoothie from Robex. And she gets down to like maybe the last little bit, and she goes, "Can you finish this?" And I look at it and I go, "Finish it?" And she just goes, and I go, "Why does everybody give me a hard time for how I eat? Why? Why does everybody give me a hard time?"
Take a little sip.
I
mean,
did.
It's got your wife's spit in it. Which,
I did.
That's good.
I
You like that, don't you?
I don't like being on the hook to finish food. Is that too much to ask?
I guess so.
Say, "Hey, if I get this, will you finish it?" No, I don't want to. I don't want to try.
Just say you don't even have to.
But
finish. You don't even have to actually finish it.
But if
they just hand it to you, you take one little sip and then you throw it away and be like, "It's all gone."
I don't want to waste. I tell my wife
get
this.
wasted
I
anyway.
tell my wife all the time. I said, "Don't order something if you need me to eat half of it." I don't want to be on the hook for finishing something.
Listen, Brian's the same way. Just this morning.
I'm like, why does everybody have to give me a hard time?
Just this morning, I made breakfast for Brian. It was just like a basic omelet and then some yogurt with cut up apples and cinnamon in it. But there was like still probably 3/4 of an apple left. So I was like, "Hey, will you just eat the rest of this apple?" And he was like, "Sure." But then he went to go throw away half of the apple. And I was like, dude, don't throw that away. That's like a good apple. And he was like, I'm not going to eat it. I don't want it. Like, he has absolutely zero problem throwing away food. It doesn't bother him at all.
Because he's rich.
Right. And then I'm like, give me, I don't even like red. I hate red apples. And I was like, give it to me. Like, I would rather eat.
Why would anybody buy a red apple?
He likes the Honey Delicious or something.
Honey Crisp are
Honey
good.
Crisp.
It's not a Honey
awesome.
Crisp.
Okay.
It's
a
like
Red
a
Delicious.
Bumble Red Delicious. It's like red and orange.
No,
it's real
listen,
gross.
I will finish an apple. But if somebody's like, hey, if I get this,
we've seen it,
like takeout or something, I don't know. It's a bad example, but I'm like, why does everybody have to? I'm like, I get enough of this at work. I don't need my wife making fun of me for how I eat, all right? I mean, she does, but whatever.
And she always will.
Anyway, if you want my potato and leek soup recipe,
Nobody wants
email me
Nobody's
at.
ever wanted that.
Well, anyway, it would have never, not even with like, you cut up some Yukon Golds and, again, I don't care for creamy soups. But if you're going to get a leek in there, what about a shallot?
I like shallots in things.
Same family.
Not a shallot soup. No one's eating well, I guess I love French onion soup. I almost said no one's eating onion soup,
I was
but I'm
say,
like,
French onion soup in the crock with the cheese.
It's one of my favorites.
Of
French
course.
onion's a top soup.
You're not a psycho.
Hey guys, long-time listener. I don't know if you're just trying to get your footing back after a week off, but between the discussion about the pina colada and the Mai Tai, or whatever it was, and the snacks phone bit during Perez Bilton, it's a rough week. I'll keep my fingers crossed for some stronger content and some more inspiration next week.
Don't.
Absolutely not. What are you talking about?
The
Long-time listener.
Snaxophone bit was incredible.
Even if it wasn't.
That's the highest bar.
You can cross your fingers till your phalanges pop, son. What? No. This is as good as it gets. And if you're a long-time listener, on which I immediately call bull shrimp, you already know. It's gonna be leeks.
It's gonna be leeks.
It's gonna be leeks. So anyway, you're tuning in and you go, Alan, inspired? What? You tell me somebody else who's going to get you from Petey Pablo to French onion soup.
Never gonna happen.
You show me that person. Keep my fingers crossed. You can cross your nuts and your toes. Good luck. You do something from me. By the way, congratulations to the residents of Avon Lake, Ohio. It was just voted one of the safest cities in the United States. So if you are living out there in Avon Lake, boy, a lot of people don't know this. It's a town that was founded on water and cosmetics. But voted one of... But voted one of... Voted... I wanted to sit longer with it. I wanted to congratulate them. It's one of the safest cities in the entire country. Yay. I don't know how they figure that out. Among the 50 safest cities in the country, 18 of them are in the state of Massachusetts. I guess they look at violent and property crime. And so if you're out there in Avon Lake, I think that's where Erica lives now, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
They moved and got themselves a new spot. Mary wants to live in
That's
Avon
where Brian's
Lake.
ex lives. That's where Blake lives half the time. That's why I want to move out.
You want to move closer to his ex?
Well, if we're in the same city, it makes custody a lot easier.
Why not just give up custody?
Oh, I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess. I don't like driving a half hour. Screw it. Keep the kid forever.
A lot of people do it.
The idea is to get more time with her, actually.
Oh, I see. You're going the other way.
Yes. Trying to move toward more of a 50-50 deal.
Oh.
You know?
Well, when you put it that way.
Give up custody.
Rexburg, Idaho, we have bureau chiefs there.
No, that's where BYU Idaho exists.
There you go. Mundelein and Lake in the Hills, Illinois. Those are both suburban Chicago. Congratulations to them. But Avon Lake and Mason, Ohio, are the only two cities in this state on the list of safest cities.
Well, good for them.
You know where I derive inspiration as the sun begins to break through is the knowledge that it's time to begin the weekend.
Let's do it.
After a long, uninspired, according to that guy, uninspired week of trying to get our footing after being gone for a week, we can take great comfort in knowing that the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is ahead of us and has finally arrived. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Soul here at WMMS. We begin the weekend. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You got to get down on Friday. Get yourself some potato soup. Freak that leak to get the weekend going. Leak freaka, leak freaka, leak freaka. It's Friday!
Mary Santora, your thoughts on Leak Freaka? Oh, she's wrapped her headphone cord around her neck. Can you imagine anything more goddamn disrespectful, Bill, than that? Just pretending with the numerous ways in which self-harm and suicide have touched our lives.
Exactly.
For her to attach that.
I didn't say I was killing myself. I didn't say anything, actually.
Ingrate.
I just like the way that feels.
So, well.
Oh, I get it. I got horny.
That's
Yes.
She wants to move closer to Avon Lake, so there is less
She got
travel time.
horny from that one.
Yeah.
All right, well,
amount of
there you
wet.
go. That's even worse that you're now attaching being horny to the Friday.
I can't control my horny level.
Friday Get Down. All right, there it is, and the weekend is officially underway. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device.